You are now live.
Okay, thank you. Well, good evening, everybody. I would like to welcome everyone to this remote meeting, which is an advisory meeting of the Planning Committee. Please note that the meeting is being broadcast and recorded. Due to the changes in the remote meeting protocol, and as agreed at Bracknell Forest Annual Council on the 28th of April, this is an advisory meeting of the Planning Committee, and the formal decisions will be agreed by delegation as agreed by the Council. If any applications go against recommendations, then a reduced committee will be required to meet. Agenda item 1 on the agenda is to receive apologies for absence. Are there any, please?
Yes, I've received apologies from Councillor Green and Councillor Mrs. Mackenzie Boyle.
Thank you very much indeed. Agenda item 2 is to see if we have a correct record of the minutes of the meeting held on the 30th of May. Before I ask Councillor Brossard to second the motion, please indicate in the meetings chat if you have an issue with the accuracy. I can't see anything. Councillor Brossard, are you happy to second?
I am indeed. Thank you, Chairman. Seconded.
Thank you. Has anybody got any problems with that? If you can just let me know, we'll do it by exception. Okay, they're therefore carried. The next item on the agenda is the declarations of interest. The full text of declarations of interest is set out in the agenda. If any member has a disclosable pecuniary interest or an affected interest to declare, please indicate, and I will come to you in turn. There are none, so therefore we will move on to the fourth item on the agenda, is consideration of any urgent items. I haven't been notified of any.
No, none notified, Chair, but we need to do the roll call of the meeting.
Oh, do we? I'm sorry. Well, let's do that as well. So let's do a roll call.
No problem. So Councillor Angel.
Present.
Councillor Dr. Barnard.
Present.
Councillor Bandari.
Present.
Councillor Birch.
Present.
Councillor Brossard.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Dudley.
Present.
Councillor Badibo.
Present.
Councillor Mrs. Hayes.
Present. Present.
Councillor Hayden.
Present.
Councillor Mrs. Mattick.
Present.
Councillor Mrs. Mackenzie.
Present.
Councillor Mossam.
Present.
Councillor Parker.
Present.
Councillor Skinner.
Present.
And Councillor Virgo.
Present.
Thank you very much. Just for members' information, item 5 on the agenda does have public speaking, and we have Mr. Patrick Griffin, who's going to be speaking on behalf of SPAY, and Ms. Janet Long, who is going to be speaking on behalf of Planet Consulting. Item 6 is land to rear of Eggleton Cottage and Poplar Cottage, Shavey Down, and speaking against the application is Melanie Andrews, and for the agent is David Lomas. There is an item 7, which was qualified for public speaking. However, nobody has registered to speak on that item. And as I get to the relevant items, I'll explain to the speakers what will happen. Agenda item 11, land of rear of Rencombe Terrace Road, South Benfield, has been deferred from this agenda, and item 12 has already been decided under delegated powers. So therefore, we will now move on to the meat of the agenda, which is item 5, Crown Land east of Swinley Road, Ascot. Thank you. Jo.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. I'll just share my screen and hopefully you'll all now see the presentation. This application relates to land forming part of the Crown Estate, which is located to the east of Swinley Road, Ascot, and which lies within the Green Belt, being reported to the committee at the request of Councillor Brunel Walker. This plan indicates the application site within the wider context The application site extends 12.9 hectares, is accessed from the A332 Swinley Road by a private road known as Steep Rise. This in turn leads into a private access track that forms part of the network of tracks that traverse Swinley Forest, facilitating its use for forestry purposes. Temporary planning permission is sought for a 12-month period for the use of the land for filmmaking, including the creation of film sets, provision of a base unit to provide facilities for those working on site, and associated parking. Whilst the timetable set out in the original planning statement has slipped, this envisaged approximately 4 months of site preparation time, 30 days of filming over 4 months, and then site clearance and reinstatement. The set would be created in the northern part of the site and would comprise temporary buildings and fencing. The details provided are illustrative at this stage, although it's confirmed that the maximum height of all buildings would be 7.8 metres. This plan shows an indicative distribution of the constructed sets. This plan shows examples of the proposed buildings. There will be multiple examples of each building. The dimensions of the examples shown are Building A, which measures 30 metres by 11 metres, Building B, which is 4.3 metres square, Building C is 4.5 metres by 11.5 metres, and Building D is 46 metres by 12.4 metres. A youth base would be provided to the southwest of the main site. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but it's in this area notated as 4. And this would incorporate a Portakabin site office, toilet facilities, independent power and water supply, storage and waste facilities. And during the film period, 2 marquees for costumes and dining would also be provided. Parking would be accommodated within the main area during preparation and strike periods. However, during filming, parking would be provided within the unit base, with overflow parking provided within the extended area to the southeast of the main part of the site, in this area notated as Area 3. 78 letters of objection have been received, in addition to CPRE Berkshire and SPAY, and 45 letters of support have been received, in addition to one from Creative England. Further details of these representations are set out on the agenda. The site is located within the Greenbelt. The NPPF sets out that new buildings should be considered inappropriate development within the Greenbelt, other than for a number of specified exceptions, which do not apply in this instance. It also specifies that changes of use of land are not inappropriate, provided that they preserve the openness of the Greenbelt and do not conflict with the purposes of including land within it. In this instance, despite its temporary nature, it's considered that the change of use of land to include the construction of film sets, the site of the base unit, and associated parking have an adverse impact on the openness of the Greenbelt, conflict with the purpose of including land within it by failing to safeguard the countryside from urban encroachment. As a result, the development is considered inappropriate in green terms, which is by definition harmful. In addition to the development's impact in greenbelt terms, is its impact upon the landscape character of the area. The site forms part of an undeveloped area of forestation, which provides an important recreational resource for local residents. The siting, scale, and design the proposed development would be incongruous and harmful to this rural, undeveloped character. The application was accompanied by a transport statement, which indicates the likely level of traffic generation to the site and likely parking requirement. Initially, the Highways Authority were not satisfied that the current alignment of the junction between Swinley Road and Butter Steep Rise could safely accommodate the vehicles proposed, and this resulted in a recommendation for refusal on highway safety grounds. However, since the completion of the agenda, the applicant has submitted revised drawings showing an amendment to the curb radii and junction arrangement, and have provided updated swept path analysis to reflect this change. We've also suggested that a transport management plan could be secured by condition, and have identified a number of measures that this plan could include. Further details of the proposed measures and the Highways Officer's response to them are set out in the supplementary report. In light of the additional information received, the proposed changes to the junction arrangement, and subject to appropriately worded conditions, the Highways Officer is satisfied that the proposed development would not cause highway safety concerns, and recommends that the reason for refusal on this ground set out on the agenda be withdrawn. However, concerns remain that insufficient parking has been demonstrated to serve the use, and no additional information has been provided to address this point. Transport assessment relies on a large proportion of site staff, crew, and extras collected by minibuses from local rail stations or from off-site parking facilities secured elsewhere. It suggests that until September, use will be made of the Lapland facility. However, this proposal does not accord with the terms of the extant planning permission for Lapland, and the Highway Authority has concerns about the further use of this site by HGVs. The second option proposed is at Ascot Racecourse. However, this has potentially significant issues if it displaces parking for racegoers, which has not been investigated as part of this application. Due to uncertainty over these off-site options, the Highways Authority objected to the scheme on grounds that it fails to provide adequate on-site parking, which could lead to overspill parking to the detriment of highway safety. A habitat survey and further biodiversity response have been provided during the course of the application's consideration. Subsequent to the submission of the application, the site has been cleared, consistent with its use as managed plantation. However, the biodiversity officer considers that the heather margins to the rides still have biodiversity potential and has requested an updated habitat map of the site, parking areas and access routes, and indicated that a detailed parking plan would be required to demonstrate that all parking would be located outside the heather margins to the rides. Whilst it's considered that this issue could potentially be addressed by condition, such that reason for refusal 5 could be deleted, the biodiversity officer remains concerned that in the absence of adequate parking being demonstrated to serve the use, overspill parking could occur on rides containing heather margins to the detriment of biodiversity. Accordingly, there remains a concern that it hasn't been demonstrated that biodiversity can be adequately protected as required by the NPPF. However, as this concern is specifically linked to the issue of potential overspill parking on the margins of the heather rides, it's recommended that reason for refusal 4 be amended to refer to this issue and reason for refusal 5 be deleted as set out in the supplementary report. Therefore, to summarise in terms of the impact of the development, it's inappropriate development within the green belt, which is by definition harmful. It would add upon the openness of the green belt and conflict with the purposes of including land within it. It would have a harmful impact on the character of the landscape, and it fails to demonstrate that adequate parking would be provided, which could lead to parking obstructing the highway or parking on rides containing heather margins to the detriment of safety and or biodiversity. The NPPF indicates that planning authorities are required to give substantial weight to any harm to the green belt, which should only be approved if very special circumstances exist to outweigh any harm by reason of its inappropriateness and any other harm identified. The applicant has submitted a statement of very special circumstances, which identifies a number of material considerations to be weighed against this harm. This refers to the temporary nature of the impact and focuses on the economic benefits provided by the proposal, both individually and also by improving financial confidence in the UK film and television industry, particularly in the current economic climate. It provides information as to how a typical production might contribute to the local economy through local spend due to staffing, hotel, transport, cleaning, security, catering, and waste requirements, together with spending in local shops and restaurants. It refers to the support provided within the NPPF to industries with specific locational requirements and suggests that the damage to the film industry through loss of investment in the UK outweighs the harm to the Greenbelt. It suggests that this site provides an opportunity to counter the shortage of studio capacity, which is hindering the industry's growth, and refers to the existence of permitted development rights for some filming activities as confirming government support for such uses. Whilst officers have given significant weight to the economic benefits resulting from the scheme, limited weight has been given to the argument that this site will mitigate the lack of studio facilities, since no evidence has been submitted to suggest why a greenbelt location is required for this development. The existence of permitted development rights for more limited filming activity are noted and can be relied upon by the applicant. However, they do not in themselves justify this more intensive and harmful form of development. On balance, officers have concluded that the very special circumstances advanced are not sufficient to outweigh the harm caused by the development's inappropriateness, its impact on the open character of the greenbelt, harm to the character of the countryside, or failure to demonstrate adequate parking provision with its consequent potential impact on highway safety and biodiversity. The recommendation is therefore for refusal as set out on the agenda, subject to the modification in the supplementary report, which deletes reasons for refusal 3 and 5 and amends informative 2 to refer to the updated highway plans. And I'll now show you some photos of the site, if I may. So this initial plan shows the context which of the photos that I'm going to show you. And so we'll start at this end of the site with the access to Swinley Road. We'll move up the access track and then look at the main body of the site itself. So this initial photo is taken from the access point and looks north towards Ascot. This is the view of the access looking south. This is a view looking back down Buttersteep Rise, looking towards the Swinley Road. Swinley Road. This is a view at the top of Buttersteep Rise of the private car park used by dog walkers, with access into the forest continuing beyond these double gates. And this is a view from beyond the gates looking back towards the car park. This is a view along the access road. And this is a further view, and you can just see the fencing, the mesh fencing that surrounds the main part of the site in the distance here. And this is taken in the opposite direction, looking back down the access road. And this is the area that's known as Area 4, which is where the base unit will be on the left-hand side. This is a photo showing the ride where the base unit would be sited. And this is a view taken from the south, looking north across the site. This photo is taken looking along the southern boundary towards the east. And this photo is taken from the northern boundary at a point on the northwestern corner of the site. This photo is taken from the eastern boundaries of the site, looking across it. And this is the area known as Area 3, where the overflow parking would be provided during filming. This is a view from the site towards the nearest house in Bowden's Ride. And you will notice that there would be no loss of amenity to this property. And this is a view from the southern side of the site, from its southeastern corner. This is a view from the fence line into the site before it was cleared. And this is a view from the southwestern corner of the site. And this final photo is taken from the ecological survey, and it shows the condition of the site now it's been cleared, which occurred in March of this year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Joe. Okay, members, as I said at the beginning of this application is qualifies for public speaking. And so I understand I have Mr. Patrick Griffin. Are you on, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Janet Long, can you just let me know that you're on? Thank you, Janet. Can you, if you just unmute just to make sure I can hear you okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so the rules of public speaking for Bracknell Forest are that you each have 3 minutes to state your case. Those 3 minutes will be uninterrupted. And the only voice you will hear, unfortunately, will be mine at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Where I will say 20 seconds. You can ignore that, but it's just an aid memoir for you to let you know that you only have 20 seconds left. And then when 3 minutes are up, I will ask you to please stop speaking. But after your 3 minutes, I will ask members if they have any questions of clarification for you. And then the same thing will happen. We'll move on to Janet Long and you will have the same 3 minutes and the same rules will apply. Do you both understand that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll be timing it from here. Mr. Griffin, if you are ready, I'll say that your 3 minutes start now.
Good evening. I'm Patrick Griffin, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Society for the Protection of Ascot Environs and also for CPRE, the Countryside Charity. We support the officer's recommendation to refuse this application. It's based on 4 grounds, which are as follows: character of the area, greenbelt, biodiversity, and safety. First of all, character of the area. The proposal is for the erection of a large film set with a porter-cabin site office, toilets, power and water supply, and a marquee and dining facilities when filming. The set, together with these ancillary structures and car parking, would remain in situ for the whole of the year with a high degree of permanence, physically changing the character of the area. It would represent encroachment into the countryside. Swinley Forest is a tranquil area highly prized by local residents as a recreational place to enjoy walking and relaxing. Locating a film set with all its associated paraphernalia would be visually intrusive and would harm local character, would be contrary to policy CS7. Moving on to Greenbelt. The NPPF is crystal clear in stating that all development in the Greenbelt is inappropriate unless there are very special circumstances that outweigh such harm. In addressing VOCs, the applicant has emphasised the proposal's economic benefits. We see little benefit to the surrounding area. This is not Lapland, where local employment is provided. We would expect the crew and staff to commute, predominantly from London, at the start and end of the day, contributing little to the local economy. The nearest places of shops and other services are not even in the borough. They're in Bagshot and Ascot High Street. The supposed local economic benefits, we believe, are illusory. As such, the proposal is highly unlikely to outweigh the detrimental harm that would result from development in the Greenbelt. It would be contrary to NPPF 143 and 145 and local plan policies GB1 and GB2. Moving on to biodiversity, the proposed development is in an area of high biodiversity value, located close to sites of special scientific interest and a wildlife heritage site. The proposed site lies adjacent to these habitats, which form part of the Swinley Park and Brick Pits SSSI. Such wildlife includes protected species such as the Dartford warbler, nightjar and woodlark, along with other flora and fauna. These would be threatened by industry-type activity, noise, light, and fumes, typical with the movement of large and heavy vehicles and plant associated with filming. The applicant has not demonstrated that the proposed development would not have a detrimental effect
20 seconds.
on biodiversity. This failing cannot be remedied with planning conditions. In summary, the proposal would have a direct, adverse and harmful impact on habitats and wildlife and would be contrary to policies EN1 and CS1. As for safety concerns, the A32 is subject to a 60-mile national speed limit. Need I say more?
Thank you very much indeed,
Precious.
Mr. Griffin.
And on behalf,
Mr. Griffin, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Griffin, thank you. Thank you very much. Do members have any questions for clarification of Mr. Griffin, please? You could let me know on the meetings chat. I can't see any unless anybody wants to correct me. Oh, Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Hayden speaking. Just one quick question. You mentioned towards the end of your talk, you referred to industry type activity. Am I right in thinking there's a railway line adjacent to the site, and doesn't that constitute industry type activity? What's the difference?
Well, the difference, if I may say so, is the railway line has been there all along. We're looking at a planning application today based on the merits or otherwise of the application. We just are of the view that the equipment that would be required for this activity would contribute to harm to the environment.
Chair,
You another question?
well, it's just clarification that industry type activity is industry type activity irrelevant of how long it's been there.
Well, I think that's possibly a question for an officer rather than for Mr. Griffin, if you want to, Councillor Hayden.
Thank you.
Councillor Mrs. Hayes.
Yes, sir. It was carrying on from there. If Mr. Griffin Are you aware, sir, that there is permitted development rights on this?
Hold on,
area?
no, this is,
Oh.
Councillor Mrs Hayes, this is clarification from what Mr Griffin
Oh,
said.
Therefore,
Yeah.
it was something I was going to require because of the parking facilities that there aren't many residents, but there are a substantial amount of residents. Is he aware of the parking facilities that have persons coming from all over the place into that parking area?
That's the question for me.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think so. I think you did mention parking facilities.
Yes, I'm aware
he
there's
did,
going to be
sir.
parking.
Yeah.
I'm aware there's going to be parking.
Hold on, Mrs Councillor Hayes, let Mr Griffin answer.
Thank you.
I was just about to say that I'm aware that there'll be parking which will be focused on the site. And I also, earlier on, was that there would be also possibly parking being, or people being driven in from Ascot Racecourse, but I understand that that has not been approved, and that is at the moment is a possibility as opposed to a probability, in which case we do have concerns about parking, albeit I know that there's been some reassurance given today in the supplementary report to the committee.
Thank you, Mr Griffin. I've got nobody else that wants to ask you a question, so
Thank
with
you.
your permission, sir, thank you. If you could mute your microphone, I'd appreciate it. And I'll move swiftly on to Janet Long. As long you have the same 3 minutes, and if you go past 2 minutes and 40 seconds, you'll hear my dulcet tones again. And I will expect you to stop speaking at 3 minutes. If you're ready, Miss Long, your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm speaking in support of the application and to give more information on the proposed film use to hopefully allay any concerns over the temporary use of this very small area of the forest. The proposal is for the creation of the film set for 1 year, and once filming is completed, all structures will be removed and the land allowed to return to commercial forestry. This location is one of a network of sites in the southeast being used to produce a major TV series. This is, however, a one-off and will not result in a request for more filming in future years. I think this is important to allay concerns over the future. In assessing the proposal, there are a number of relevant issues as follows. Firstly, the road network. The road leads to the site is used for forestry vehicles, and in addition, visitor cars use the Butter Steep Rise car park on a daily basis. We are advised by the forestry team that once every 4 years, up to 200 large HGV forestry vehicles enter and exit the site over a 3-month period. The film use will have no greater impact over that established use. For information, the Crown Estate have confirmed that they can restrict access to visitor cars and forestry vehicle during the busy filming periods, which, as you've heard, is only limited to 30 days. We were made aware of the highway concerns early on in the application, and a considerable amount of work has been undertaken by our consultant to address your concerns. And we understand that the application of a condition to address a management plan has allowed your officers to remove their objection on highway grounds. We also wish to reiterate that parking could occur at Ascot Racecourse, and the days when when the race meetings are on would be avoided for filming days, so there wouldn't be a conflict of use. Secondly, we understand there's concerns regarding impact on the footpaths around the site. However, these are permissive and not public rights of way, but it is intended to keep all routes open during the construction and filming periods such that there would be no impact on the walkers using the park. We note that your Parks and Countryside officer have not objected to the proposal. In respect of ecology, we have again provided additional information, and there are a few remaining concerns regarding the location of parking. We've requested that a condition be attached if permission is granted, allowing us to provide additional information in respect of parking, such that the ecology officer can be consulted, and hopefully we will allay her concerns. Again, it'll be either off-site parking.
20 seconds.
But we think we can overcome that. Finally, through the evidence submitted by Creative England, there is support from the general film industry for filming on sites such as this. We hope that the information given here and the benefits which will be accrued for filming will overcome your concerns regarding ecology.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Does any member have a question or clarification for Ms. Long? If you could let me know on the meetings chat or raise your hand on the screen. I have none. Oh, sorry, Councillor Badibo. Councillor Badibo, you're muted, I think.
Thank you. Good evening. Just a clarification. The filming is required for 12 months for a television series, a US television series. Now, assuming that the series was successful, I'm assuming that this could get 1 or 2 more years or series. Is that right?
There's no intention that obviously I can't give away too much, but it's following on from a series which was filmed I think sort of 10 years ago and then 5 years ago, which were filmed in the US. There's no plan for this to ever be another series in this respect. It's not like Bridgerton or one of those. It's very much a one-off World War II drama. So there are no plans that it would carry on in the future.
May I also ask, you said this land is part of a network of sites. Why was this site picked?
It's basically because they're trying to, I can give so much away as to say it's a World War II drama, and this is supposed to be a prisoner of war camp within the woods, and a wooded site is very much needed. The other areas being used are former World War II RAF air bases. The head office inside filming is being happening on an industrial estate in Aylesbury. There's a site in Chalfont St Giles, but this site's specific to the desire to create a wooded backdrop for a prisoner of war camp. And so it was quite specific into what the set that was needed.
Okay, just lastly, if I may, I don't know whether this is...
Yeah, if we can just keep to this application, Councillor Badibo.
Yes, I am. I'm trying to get a broader understanding. What the fencing and the security around the set, what material is that going to be made?
That's an officer question.
Oh,
Councillor
that's an
Badibo.
officer question. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Madam.
Any other questions from members for Ms. Long? Okay, I don't see any others. Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Long. You'd obviously like to stay for the end of this application, I'm sure. Okay, we'll now move to questions for officers. If you have questions for officers, if you could let me know by raising your hand on the screen or in the meetings chat. I think probably Councillor Badibo has a question for the officer because he attempted to ask Ms. Long. So, Councillor Badibo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Joe. Good evening.
Good evening.
What material would the fence? What is the fencing going to look like?
I don't believe that we have details of that as part of the application at the moment. The information that we have is that in relation to is indicative in relation to both the buildings and the fenced area. So that's would be something that if members were minded to approve the application, it could be secured by condition, but we don't have those details at present.
Thank you. Also, the building material, what type of material would the buildings be made or constructed with?
That's a similar answer, I'm afraid. It's because the film sets are, they're by definition, they're temporary and they're going to be erected on site. We don't have specific examples of what the building materials would be.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just going to, yes,
oh,
once we know
another
that,
question? Yeah.
Yes, I do. Once we know that, would that be is that a planning consideration or not, the material?
I think the application is for the use of land with associated temporary structures. I think obviously we understand what the scale of the buildings would be and the use of that area, so we can make an assessment in terms of the development's impact on the character of the area. But beyond that, in terms of the very specific nature of the materials, no, we don't have that information at the moment, and I don't think it would be necessary for us in order to determine the application. If it would be something that if we'd been minded to recommend approval, we could have sought details as part of a condition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Hi, Councillor Parker speaking. I just had a quick question. It was related to one of the comments that was made by one of the speakers, and that was around the number of vehicles. They mentioned that the number of vehicles that would be going to and from the site would be less than the current logging use. But I think, Joe, in your presentation, you mentioned that Highways had sort of rejected this or had said, put their objection in towards this application. So I was just wondering if we could get a bit more information or a summary from Highways as to, in light of that, like lesser usage, what the main reasons for their rejection were.
James, I don't know if you want to comment.
I think I can comment on that one. Can everybody, good evening, everybody. Hopefully you can see me and hear me okay.
We can, James, thank
excellent.
you.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair. In answer to your question, I think the reference you're making to is what the last speaker talked about in terms of the existing use that may happen at certain times of the year for the Forestry Commission activity. I think that was where you got maybe the reference to several hundred movements over a 4-month period. In terms of the delivery vehicles that are expected to this site, in terms of the setup, so when they set the site up and when they, what they call strike, I think you might have heard the officer mention strike, basically when they take the site down, there is obviously associated deliveries with that are more intensive. Not as the levels of figures that we're talking about in numbers is sort of around 25 or so movements per day. And I'll explain our issue, what our issue was in a second. And so that clearly is less than or potentially several hundred vehicles or similar to what the forestry use could be. That is just the delivery vehicles. Obviously, there are other vehicles that might be associated on daily occurrences with operations of a filming set. There's obviously going to be things like portaloos that need replacing and deliveries for food and all that sort of stuff that may come in, and refuse collection. But they'd be obviously limited per day. If you wanted to understand what our concern was about the size and scale of those vehicles utilising and potentially passing through the junction of Swinley Road and Buttersteep Rise, due to the fact that at the junction, the road is relatively generous, but the road of Buttersteep itself is sort of around 4.5 to 5 metres wide, and you've seen from the photos that it's sort of restricted by bollards and restricted by a fence on one side. The reason that our objection has been overcome is that some further works have been proposed to widen the road at the junction, as well as provide several passing places that are suitable for delivery vehicles to safely pass in, as well as some traffic management proposals to do with the way that vehicles will arrive and depart the site. And to substantiate that, there will be some signage that will be required. All of these things that we're suggesting can be dealt with by condition if the application was to be approved, but those details we don't have yet, but would be heavily conditioned as pre-commencement type conditions. So that effectively is the change, councillors, in terms of how those issues that we raised for what was reason for refusal 3 previously have been addressed, because they've done some further work in relation to making the junction, improving the junction so that the safety of those larger delivery vehicles entering and exiting the site don't need to conflict at the junction.
Thank you, James. That was very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Hayden speaking. I'm seeking clarification because the statement it is a greenbelt site, but this is for temporary structures. I'm not clear how relevant the fact that it's temporary, what impact does that have on any regulations around the greenbelt? Particularly as it was stated, it is assumed inappropriate, but I don't think the assumption was clarified. So it's really putting in context, how important is the greenbelt when we're talking about a temporary structure?
One of the pieces of advice in the NPPA 3G, which is the guidance, the national guidance, suggests that when you're looking at the impact on the openness of the greenbelt, you can look at a number of features, and this is referred to in the report, and one of them is the longevity of the impact. And therefore, the fact that it is a temporary application is relevant to looking at the impact on openness, as is the visual impact and the scale and extent of the structures. So we've set out in the officer's report the fact that we consider that even taking into account the temporary nature of the use, we consider that it's still inappropriate development. And therefore it is by definition harmful. But as I mentioned, the very special circumstances that have been advanced by the applicant do refer to the fact that it is temporary in nature, and therefore the harm is limited by that. And so that is something that is a material consideration that could be considered as part of the very special circumstances, should members be minded to weigh the judgment in the applicant's favour.
Thank you, Jo. That was very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hayden. I don't have any other questions. Councillor
Yes.
Badibo.
No, I do have my hand up.
Well, I don't. No, you don't. I haven't got your hand up, Councillor Hayes. But I'll come back to you in a moment. I've got Councillor Badibo put his hand up just now. Councillor Badibo, do you have a question for the officer?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just for the highway officer, just clarification. Will the changes to the road that is proposed to the road, would that be returned back to normal? That's my first question. The second question, how many trees will be lost with the changes suggested for the road?
Through you, Chair.
I'm right. Sorry, James. Yeah, go on.
Am I up on screen for everybody? I can't see myself.
Yes, you
now.
are.
Hopefully
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
I'll try and answer that. In terms of I think the first part of the question was relating to would the improvements to the road stay or would they be removed? At present, as I mentioned earlier, there's the concerns that we raised previously have been addressed, and conditions would be required to secure pre-commencement changes to the road network. If through your discussion, depending what members' views are on it, clearly, if you feel that has harm, that the changes they're making temporarily for this temporary period while the operation of the filming was occurring, if you felt that you required those to be removed, that is a condition for you, a consideration for you as councillors considering this application. So they could be left, or they could be reinstated as the road currently is. In terms of trees, I don't know the answer to that, unfortunately. I'm aware of some of the trees along the side of Buttersteep Rise, but I couldn't tell you how many may be affected. Unfortunately, I don't know if the planning officer can help at all on that, but I couldn't give you a number on that.
If I could just respond in terms of trees, we've only recently, I think it was today, received the plan indicating the associated or the required changes to the highways situation, which includes a number of passing bays. My understanding is that no trees will be lost, but if I'm honest, that point hasn't actually been clarified, so I couldn't confirm that definitively.
Yeah, this is a commercial farming tree area anyway, so that it's not as if they're protected trees. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I think Councillor Badibo was referring to the changes made as part of the down the access, which are basically at the junction with Swinley Road, where I don't think there'd be any trees lost, but also there's going to be the provision of passing bays along Buttersteep Rise. There is quite a wide margin there, and to the best of my knowledge, there aren't any trees in there that would need to be removed, but as I say, that hasn't been specifically checked on site.
Thank you. One last question from me for the moment. It says here that 30 days within the 4 months period will be used for filming. So I'm assuming the filming itself is only within 4 months. The rest of the before and after is basically putting the site together and dismantling the site. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So the initial setup period, which is obviously the construction of the film sets on site, it's intended to take 4 months. then are set out in the report. So there would be 30 days of filming over a 4-month period, and then the strike, which is basically the dismantling of the set and the reinstatement of the land, would take place after that. It's indicated that that's not actually going to take a full 4 months, although a permission is sought for 12 months in order to sort of provide us, leeway, I suppose, in terms of the timing. But I think the strike period was intended to take a couple of months.
Thank you. Just you showed us a picture of the land, proposed location, and it's clear there's nothing on it now. Is that in preparation for this planning application, or is it what it does every year?
Well, this is commercial plantation, and so I don't think it would be cleared every year, because obviously you're waiting for the trees to grow up for them to provide some value when they're cleared. The Crown Lands site notice that was displayed notifying local residents of the clearance works did refer specifically to clearance for the film set. But as I mentioned, it is commercial forestry, so the land could have been cleared without any problems, regardless of this application.
Thank you.
Councillor Ballybough, thank you. Councillor Mrs Hayes.
Yes, carrying on from that, actually, it was the neighbours or the people that live on this private road owned by the Crown Estate. It wasn't just going in there and doing it, it was for the purpose of making sure there was no problem for the biodiversity, wasn't it? To make sure that they weren't causing problems. Can you verify that?
Sorry, Councillor Hayes, I don't quite understand the question.
When Councillor Bibido stated about taking the trees down and things, the reason they took it down at that period was with biodiversity. It was the correct time for doing that clearance because of making sure they weren't causing problems to biodiversity.
I'm afraid I can't confirm that. I mean, obviously, from a pure biodiversity point of view, there is value to the site when it does have trees on it. The point that I was trying to make is that it is commercial forestry, and so that there is no objection to them actually removing the trees, but it would have had an impact on biodiversity. You might well be right that it was the preferable time for that clearance taken, okay. But I can't confirm that because that wasn't a consideration as part of our application.
Okay, it's just and as you just clarified, this is a commercial forest space. It's part they would be clearing it on a continual basis. Is that not correct?
Yes, I've stated that, yes.
And does not this site have permitted development rights? Might be for a short period, so they could use it for permitted development rights, such as temporary buildings or such?
Well, the permitted development rights referred to in the report are specifically in relation to filming. So there are two sets of permitted development rights that apply. One is a temporary use of land, which generally applies for 28 days a year, but there has been a specific extension that applies to the end of this year. So that would allow a total of 56 days. The site could be used for filming purposes, but it wouldn't be allowed to construct any of the film sets under the terms of that PD, that permitted development right. And there is another separate permitted development right that is specific to film locations. And under the terms of that, it's set out in the report. I think it's a 9-month period within 27 months. And for that, they would actually be able to construct some form of film set, but it's important to note that they would require a prior approval process, and that would require issues such as highways, which would include parking, to be considered as part of that. So yes, you're correct in saying that the applicants can rely on permitted development rights, but that wouldn't in any way authorise the nature of the development that we're currently talking about.
Is there? But also that would clarify that they have cleared with regards to movement of traffic as well onto the site. Yes?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that as a
Okay,
question.
the parking problems that one had there, you now state that this could be cleared with the plans in front of what you've been given, and what, if it was permitted, could be alleviated. No problems then would persist with parking.
Really, so that is that it's commercial forestry, it can be cleared, and there are development rights that would apply, but that doesn't relate to development of the scale that we're currently talking about.
The scale being larger than that of a permitted development?
Yes, yes, in terms of both time and the nature of the structures that are involved.
Even though they're temporary?
Yes.
And you verify that what has been given under the permitted development rights would be over and above this?
Yeah, that's what the officer has just stated.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Atkinson.
Very much. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Hayes' point on clearing on a regular basis. You talk about the harm to the openness of the green belt. Yet from the aerial view on page 18, this site seems to be surrounded on three sides by trees. And then we've heard that because it's cleared and new trees planted, and in sort of 4 or 5 years' time, there'll be trees there. So just explain what the concern is around the loss of openness in that context.
Openness in greenbelt terms relates to lack of development rather than open cleared land.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayden, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's related to biodiversity. I understand the Crown Estates have their own biodiversity officers who disagree with the biodiversity officers from the objectors or our planning. Who do we trust? We're lay people. Who do we trust?
Sorry, is that a question for me? I mean,
Yeah,
all I would
so.
say is that I haven't seen anything from the Crown Estates biodiversity officer, and in our report we have relied on the council's officer.
I'm trying to think where I've seen the comment about biodiversity from the Crown Estates, but thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I'm puzzling over the biodiversity bit as well, but I think we had something from Crown Estates before the planning meeting, and I didn't see them in the listed documents for the planning. But anyway, we have all that information. The area cleared has recently been cleared anyway, and had young trees growing in it.
Yes, from the photos that I've shown, it does show very immature trees on that area. Yes,
thank you. So that's just delaying the growth of the large trees they will eventually harvest. So large lorries are required, not only to do clearing, but also do they have those massive, great long lorries to get the trunks out of the forest?
I'm afraid I don't have any sort of specific information about the sort of the forestry setup. I assume that they have lorries of a scale that will remove trees. Yes.
Right. I don't know if this is a question for you. I'm sorry. As we've slipped on their plan by about 4 months, I don't know, will that extend their usage, or they've got
Councillor Brown, the permission that is being sought is 12 months, and it'll be 12 months from the date any permission is given, if indeed this permission is given.
Will it be? So it's not subject to the usual thing of commencing within 3 years. It has to commence straight after the.
No, I think, Joe, would you like to clarify that? But my understanding it's from when it starts, isn't it?
Yes, yes, that's exactly correct. So you could still put a condition saying that it had to be implemented within 3 years, but once implemented, the condition would, the permission would only last 1 year, because that's what's been sought.
So they can wait a few months to get back to their sort of timing schedule on seasons or whatever.
Yes, if they chose to do so, they could, yes.
Thank you. That's
It's 12 months from the date of commencement.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Baddybow, is that another hand?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Just seeking clarification. So there are a few things here in the document. Things like the proposal would affect the character and appearance of the land. It would damage its landscape quality, and I go on and on and on. Now, I'm assuming all this relates to whilst the development is on the land. So it's just after a year, this doesn't apply anymore because it will have been returned back to what it was. Am I right?
That's why it's temporary planning permission.
No, I'm seeking clarification here because this, I'm trying to ensure that we understand that this is the temporary nature of this application. Right, so is there a long-term, and what I'm trying to get to is there a long-term effect to biodiversity, to the landscape quality and all that?
Because it's a temporary permission being sought, any impact in terms of landscape quality is only temporary, because once the buildings are removed and any condition requiring restoration has been adhered to, there wouldn't be any kind of long-term impact in terms of landscape character or indeed in terms of the openness in the greenbelt. In terms of biodiversity, that's a very sort of specific question, and I'm afraid I can't answer that. Obviously, the biodiversity officer has raised concern about the potential for overspill parking onto the heather margins of the rides. If that were to occur, whether that would have long-term biodiversity impact, that would be really a question for her as the expert. So I suppose there is a potential in that area, but beyond that, I couldn't really comment. In terms of landscape character, there wouldn't be any long-term impact, no.
Okay, lastly, on that restoration, is there a condition? I mean, I'm trying to figure out here, I can't see any long-term impact, but if the site is not put back to the way it was satisfactorily, what can we do? And is there a way to mitigate that, to ensure that the quality, i.e. what they found, is what we end up with once they're finished?
In the conditions, Michael, you see.
And at present, the officer's recommendation is obviously for refusal, and so there haven't been any specific conditions drawn up. If members are minded to recommend that the application be approved, then obviously consideration would have to be given to the nature of the conditions that would mitigate the impact of the development to as great an extent as reasonable.
Thank you.
If I could just clarify for that, as the officer has said, the recommendation from the officers is for refusal. However, if members are minded to vote against the officer's recommendation for refusal and an alternative recommendation for approval, which would have to go to the reduced planning meeting next week, then such conditions would be raised for any approval recommendation. I don't have anybody else wishing to ask a question at the moment, and I will give anybody just 5 seconds if they want to. No, okay, then it falls to me to move the officer's recommendation, which is on page
39, Chairman,
39.
on page 39, supported and complemented by the supplementary on pages 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, no, it's important that you read those supplementary papers because there's quite considerable changes to the original officer's recommendation. If I have a seconder, please.
I'm happy to second the recommendation, Chairman. Councillor
Thank you,
Brossard.
Vice Chair. Thank you. Would any member wish to speak? So I've got Councillor Bandari.
And Councillor Verga.
Thank you, Chair. And
Right, yeah.
first of all, can I thank you for a very, very comprehensive, not only the report, but the way you've handled the questions, from all angles. So thanks for that. Having read the report and having heard the different representations, what I feel is, doesn't seem like there is, any strong material harm by going forward with this. On the other hand, hearing sneakingly to that World War drama, 10 years, 5 years, and now potentially something else, I can only see positiveness from a commercial point of view for the borough, and also, the way we should be encouraging businesses. And as you know, I'm a big champion of that. So according to me, I don't see any big harm or any material harm by supporting this application. So I will be minded to support this application, and I would encourage others to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Virgo.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, very much. It's interesting, this application, because I spent most of my life on film units, actually, in my professional life. Look, I think this is very clear for members, actually. This is a very, very small part of the forest, first of all. And it is a working forest. If people know Swinley Road, they will travel down to the roundabout, and at the roundabout, they've removed a considerable amount of trees, actually. So it's a working forest. And I think the Crown Estate, you can trust them to be absolutely strong. Michael's point about putting everything back, you can bet your life that there's a bond between the Crown Estate and the film company. And part of that bond, as indeed any location that I've been in, means that you have to reinstate it as it was when you first arrived on location. So that will all be taken care of. And the Crown Estate, I have a lot of faith in, because they do a great job in that area, and they will make darn sure that that the place is not destroyed. So that's the first point. The second point, Mr. Chairman, is that this unit, I don't know what's the number of people in it, but a film unit of this size would be about 50, I would think, 50 or 60, plus, of course, the extras and the actors. And the amount of money that they will pour into the local economy is considerable. They'll be using, the actors and so on will be using the restaurants and various hospitality areas. And of course, they'll use a lot of various suppliers in the borough. So, the benefit to this borough is absolutely considerable, I can tell you. Just going back to another point, because I'm interested in it and did some work on it. This is the third part of a trilogy, so there'll be nothing after this at all. This is it. This is the commission. The commission is for 3 series. So all in all, I absolutely would like to see this happen for lots of reasons, for the benefit of this area. And frankly, if it's well managed, and I'm sure it will be well managed, because units have great people looking after traffic, because if there is a delay, this is the point to make to everyone, it's in their interest that this works, because if there's a delay to traffic, to cars, to actors, this costs ridiculous money for a film unit to be standing by waiting for an actor to arrive. So you bet your sweet Bippy they will get this absolutely right. So just summing up, Mr. Chairman, I would really employ members to vote against the recommendations and approve this. Let's see some business here, and let's see some money spent in this borough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Virgo. Councillor Hayden.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Virgo has more or less said it.
Okay.
It's just, I cannot see anything, and this is within, as far as I can work out planning constraints, there's nothing but benefit to Bracknell Forest. So I cannot see why it should be rejected, especially as it's, we must view the Crown Estate with pride. So I'm in support of it.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mrs. Hayes. You're muted, Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, sir. Tony and I are of the same opinion with regards to the benefits and what Councillor Hayden said to the borough. I looked at this very closely because I'm very into and very, as you know, concerned about anything greenbelt or adjacent to the countryside or which cause problems to the residents, as with Lapland. And we were able to mitigate and put out there correct ways forward. This is a temporary application. I've listened to what I was told and the paperwork. It's a forestry working site. They could clear it at any time. To the benefit of maybe looking at it on what we can do with the plans, what is before us, and if it were to be approved by the councillors, therefore we would have in place conditions. We are looking at the future. It's not so much open space. Can you see it from the road? Is it something that we can control? Yes, we can. Is it something that the Crown want to make sure it does cause no diversity from biodiversity in the rest? Yes, they have. They've told us that. It places me in a position where I'd say across the road is the sawmills. Remember, this is not a site in the Greenbelt as such. It is a brownfield in its own rights. And therefore, sir, I leave it to the members to consider these factors. This could bring, if you look at page 36 and 37, the permitted development rights and also what would come into, and we can control our own area. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would support the application going forward. I'm impressed with the amendments to the junctions and the officer's recommendations that we could put conditions on there. So I would support the application going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Badibo.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have to consider all the fears and the points raised by residents. We have to consider them, but also, and we can do that through to mitigate a lot of their fears. We can do that, my understanding, through conditions to ensure that the location is returned to what they are used to and what they would like to save back or how they use it. This is very important, I think, for the UK at the moment as we go out of COVID and all that in terms of the economy. So I will support this, not just thinking of the local area alone, but we have to think of a broader and a wider aspect in terms of business and employment in the UK. This is also good for Bracknell because once this thing is out there in the cinemas or on TV, we'll be able to say this was done in Bracknell. I think it's a nice thing, but ultimately what matters most for me is the trust I have in the Crown Estate. I have visited a lot of their parks and used the Lookout and all this regularly, and I know how much pride and care they take with the forest and managing it and making sure everything is tip-top for everybody else. So I will be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I've got no other Councillor Brown.
So, sorry, Chair. I just wanted to say that if this is allowed to go ahead, the additional conditions, the conditions that were discussed in the supplementary paper, must be put in place and finalised. I think there's one outstanding, and we do need to reinforce the fact that it's a temporary development. If it goes ahead, it's really important that this is a one-off, and people don't expect to see this repeated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I've got nobody else wishing to speak. Oh, Councillor Angel, do you put your camera on?
Thank you.
Speak? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Just briefly to say that when I read this report, and I was really in two minds, quite confused whether to support or vote against. And I think listening to the debate tonight, I've certainly been educated, and thank everybody for the contribution, because I've now come to a conclusion that I too will support the application, unfortunately against the recommendation as it is at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Angel. Councillor Barnard.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think just very briefly to follow on from the comments of others, what we're talking about here, development in the middle of a commercial forest, which is in the Greenbelt. And I think given what Greenbelt is therefore to do, and what Greenbelt is therefore to achieve, I really have struggled to understand how this temporary use of land for a period of a year in the midst of a commercial forest where other activities can take place with the proximity to a railway line can be considered as, as harming the environment of the Greenbelt beyond that period of time. So I think on the basis that it's temporary, on the basis that appropriate conditions are put in place to manage car parking and to make sure that the impact on others is appropriately managed, and with an element of good faith, and as I think Councillor Virgo said, understanding the business, necessity around timing so this doesn't drag on. Like Councillor Angel, I've been influenced very much by the discussion this evening and the answers to questions, and therefore I support the application, and again will not be voting with the officer recommendation on this occasion.
Thank you, Councillor Barnard. If Councillor Brown and Councillor Barnard can take their hands down now, it just makes it easier for me. Thank you. Okay, I'm now going to move on. Just to ask the seconder if he wishes to speak.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much, Chairman. I'll try and be brief. Thank you, Chairman. This was really, one has to say, a very comprehensive report, yet there were elements that I feel haven't been fully addressed by the applicant. Councillor Virgo made a couple of points that I think I'd like to comment on. He talks about the financial benefits for Bracknell Forest Council. It has to be said that both Ascot and Bagshot, which are the nearest towns to this facility, are actually in Surrey. I think it's less likely that people will actually travel at lunchtime or whenever to Crowthorne and Bracknell. The other thing also that I will pick up, and I think it is very relevant, and Councillor Virgo has expressed obviously some professional opinion on this, that it could represent, the site would represent something between 50 and 60 employees being on site. Now then, the biodiversity, very brief, Chairman, I think that can be addressed. It's not insoluble. If I have a concern, it is to do with the off-site parking. Twice with the report 4 weeks ago and with the report that we've now got in front of us, the sites that have been identified for off-street parking were either at Ascot Racecourse or at Lapland, but in fact there's no written document, there's no sign-off which could lead to vehicle parking on those facilities. And I think the result is that consequently we would see those vehicles, and if Councillor Virgo said 50 to 6 people coming on their cars, they are likely to park on site because there's no other option for them to park. Also, we have talked about, and I'll be brief, Chairman, about the green belt, and the case officer stated quite rightly in the report, the permission will only be given in very special circumstances. And in summary, Chairman, I don't believe that the applicant has demonstrated these very special circumstances, and for these reasons I will support the case officer's recommendation for refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Brossard. Okay, there's been an awful lot of debate on this, a lot of questions, and I thank members for their questions on this. Let's just clear a few things up that have been said. First off, this is Greenbelt. This is not brownfield site. This, just because it happens to be dug up and it looks brown, it is not a brownfield site as far as planning is concerned. And just to correct Councillor Brossard, Ascot in fact is in Berkshire, not in Surrey. And the difference between what is being sought and what could be given under permitted development on this site is quite minimal. The traffic movement over and above the current uses, the current farming uses, if you like, or woodland uses, is again quite minimal. We do, however, need details of parking, as the Vice Chair has quite rightly highlighted. And I do believe that parking, if this application goes against officer recommendation and it does go to the reduced planning committee, then I believe this could be undertaken by condition. The objectors in the report have made representation as far as dog walkers and other walkers that are using it for recreational purposes. We have to remember that this is Crown land, and their use is by permission of the Crown land or Crown estate. It is not a right, it's not common land. And so therefore, you're right, it is a very, very finely balanced vote on this one, insofar that whether or not you believe that the additional harm to the green belt is substantial enough to overcome the objections of the officers. But I will now just put it to the vote. If you could take us through the vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Angel.
Against.
Councillor Dr. Barnard.
Against.
Councillor Bandari.
And I've just put a message. I lost connection momentarily. Can I vote?
When did you lose connection? Did you see all of the presentation?
Almost all of it, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yes, by all means.
Okay, against.
Councillor Birch.
Against.
Councillor Brossard.
For refusal.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Dudley.
Against.
Councillor Badibu.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Hayden.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Mattick.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Mossam.
Against.
Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Skinner.
Against.
And Councillor Virgo.
Against.
That's 15 against and 1 for, Chair.
The motion therefore falls for refusal, and this will now be reported to the planning committee, which will be a physical planning committee, a date to be set next week. Thank you. We move on then to agenda item 6, which is land to the rear of Eggleton's Cottage and Popular Cottage, KB Down Road. So if the officer can take us through the presentation, please, and then we will come to the speakers. Now, before we go to the officer, can I just check, Ms. Andrews, have we got you on here and can we see and hear you?
Hello.
Hello, thank you. So as long as you can hear everything, that's fine.
Yep.
You probably heard the way it worked before. So I'll come to you once the officer has given their presentation.
Okay.
And just hopefully, Mr. Lomas, do we have you now, sir? Doesn't look like we've got Mr. Lomas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you, Mr. Lomas.
Yep.
Thank goodness for that. Great.
I've been having a few IT difficulties, but I'm here now.
Okay, well, that serves you right for being in the Arctic up there, doesn't
Indeed.
it? Okay, great. That's good that we can hear you both. In case you couldn't hear earlier, Mr. Lomas, I'll explain the regulations later. But first off, I'm going to come to Sarah to give us the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I just share my screen and just make sure that the presentation's working. Can you just confirm you can see that, Chair?
Yeah, I can see it. Lovely. Thank you.
Lovely, brilliant. Thank you very much. So this application is reported to the Planning Committee following the receipt of more than 5 objections. Members are firstly directed to the yellow sheet for updates on this application. The application seeks full permission for the erection of a detached dwelling located in part of the rear gardens of 2 existing dwellings known as Eggleton Cottage and Poplar Cottage, which front onto Chavey Down Road. The dwelling will be 1.5 stories high. 2 on-site parking spaces are proposed, along with cycle and bin storage and a private garden. The dwelling will be accessed via Mushroom Castle. So as you can see on the block plan here, this is a dwelling set out in an L-shaped formation. 2 parking spaces are to the frontage proposed here. Bin and cycle storage are located in the side of the rear garden proposed here. These are the 2 existing dwellings which will be retained and their garden subdivided to allow for the new development plots here. If we just scroll up to the first map, and I'll just zoom in quickly for you. As you can see, Chavey Down Road is here. Mushroom Castle is located here. So the dwelling will be accessed off of a private, Mushroom Castle itself is private. There's an access drive which leads to April Cottage here, Inglewood Cottage here, and also serves the garage and the parking area of the adjoining cottage next door at Mushroom Castle Cottage. So the new dwelling will be accessed via punching in to the boundary here. The new dwelling will be sited in the location here. If we just go back down to the block plan again, as you can see there. A previous application was considered and refused by the Planning Committee in June 2020 on the grounds of impact to the character of the area, overlooking of rear gardens of properties facing Chavey Down Road, and a holding reason for a refusal relating to the Thames Basin Heath SPA. This revised application addresses these reasons for refusal. If we just scroll down and have a little look at the elevations, I'll just scroll out a little bit, sorry. So this is the front elevation, which will face onto the access road. This is the rear elevation. These are the 2 side elevations here. It will have 3 bedrooms, 1 at ground floor level, 2 at first floor level. And I mentioned that there had been a scheme which was previously refused by members last year. So this is a comparison of the 2 front elevations. I'll just zoom out a little bit so you can see it fully. So this is the front elevation as proposed. As you can see, the dwelling's been reduced in height and design. It's now 1.5 stories high with rooms in the roof space. This was the front elevation as originally proposed and refused last year by members. As you can see, it's a full 2-story height dwelling on the front elevation. And then if we just do a comparison of the rear elevation, this is now what is proposed. You can see there are only windows at ground floor level here. This was what was again proposed last year and overturned by members and refused, again, a full 2-story height dwelling. And if we just scroll down and look at some photos, I'll just zoom out so you can see. So this is standing looking from Chavey Down Road down to Mushroom Castle. Members will note that on the side of the screen here, you can see that there's some widening works that have been undertaken to Mushroom Castle itself. That was connected to a recent conditions application, which was reported to Planning Committee last month in connection with a development that's approved at the very end of Mushroom Castle, I think for 5 new houses. So they've widened the first 50 metres of the lane here. And then if we, bear with me, then zoom down to the next photo, that's just looking back towards Chavey Down Road in the background here. And then the next photo here is then you can see there's also been a passing bay that's also been put in as part of the widening works here. We just scroll down to a few more photos. This was when they were starting to do the widening works, which have obviously now been completed, as you've just seen in the photos. The next photo here is looking down. Mushroom Castle was here. This is looking down the access road of Mushroom Castle. The new dwelling will be located to the left-hand side. Here, you can see one of the existing properties in the background here, which is known as April Cottage. Scroll down to a few more. This is a rough sort of location of where the new access will be going in to serve the dwelling. And then we've got some views from inside the garden of Eggleton Cottage. So this is, the access will be located in this sort of area here. The access drive is currently behind the existing fence that you can see in the photo there. This is again just another version of the rear garden where the dwelling will be sited. This is the view looking back towards Eggleton Cottage, which is here. And then the next photo is the adjoining property, Poplars Cottage, which is also going to be subdivided. So the new dwelling will be sited in a sort of rough location in here. You scroll back to the block plan. And I'll finish my presentation off. So the site is located within a settlement boundary. The proposal would constitute backland development, which is evident in the surrounding area, including off of Chavey Down Road and Mushroom Castle. The size of the plot accommodates the proposed dwellings and its associated residential requirements of parking and usable garden space, and sufficient sized depth gardens remain for the retained dwellings at Eggleton and Poplars Cottages. The dwelling proposed is 1.5 stories high, as opposed to a full 2-story high dwelling, which was refused by the previous application. The reduction in the height and bulk of the dwelling when compared to that of the previous scheme would ensure that the dwelling as proposed would not appear unduly prominent in the street scene, where there are a mix of bungalows and 2-story dwellings in the immediate area. This therefore addresses one of the reasons for refusal of the previous application. The siting of the dwelling is acceptable, with its front elevation in a similar location to a detached garage at an adjoining dwelling at Mushroom Castle Cottage, and is set a similar setback from the access drive as that of April Cottage. The dwelling would not appear overbearing or result in overlooking of the gardens of adjoining dwellings on Chavey Down Road or Mushroom Castle. And if we just scroll back down to the elevation drawings, due to the reduction in the height in its revised design, there are no longer windows proposed at first floor level or on the roof slope of the rear elevation here, only windows at ground floor level. There is a window proposed at first floor level, as you can see here, but this is to be conditioned to be obscure glazed and fixed shut in the interests of adjoining properties. And we also have a further planning condition that's recommended to restrict windows on the roof slope of the rear elevation here, and any additional windows at first floor level or on the roof slope of the 2 side elevations here as well. Accordingly, we therefore feel that the revised design of the house and its reduction in height overcomes the second reason for refusal relating to issues of overlooking of existing dwellings on Chavey Down Road. The Highways Authority have raised no objection to the proposal. 2 on-site parking spaces are proposed, as can be seen here, along with adequate bin storage and bike storage. On bin collection day, the bins will be moved down to the access drive on Mushroom Castle, which I understand the refuse vehicle enters along Mushroom Castle, and that will be the same as the existing situation with the 2 other dwellings, April Cottage and Inglewood Cottage, which also use this access drive. The revised application is also accompanied by a construction traffic management plan, which sets out the type and size of the vehicles that would be involved in the construction, swept path details, and also demonstrates that any construction vehicles would not obstruct access along the access drive serving adjoining dwellings. A Section 106 agreement will secure contributions towards the Thames Basin Heath SVA. In light of the above, it is therefore recommended that the decision is delegated to the Head of Planning to approve the application subject to the conditions and the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure SPA mitigation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah. If you could take that, if you could now unshare, please, because otherwise I can't see anybody on the screen.
Is that unshared, Chair?
No, I still got it.
Sorry, with me, I've not. Oh, there we go. Stop share. Sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Well
before,
done.
so I do apologise.
No, that's all right. No problem. It's just that under this on this Zoom, once you're sharing, we can't see anything else. But thank you for doing that, Sarah. Okay, as previously mentioned, this also complies with our public speaking rules, and so we have Melanie Andrews objecting and David Lomas speaking on behalf of the agent. Mr. Lomas, I don't know if you heard me explain the rules previously to the previous speakers, but I will just briefly go through it. You will each have 3 minutes to state your case. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds, you'll just hear me saying 20 seconds, which just gives you a chance to sum up before I will expect you to stop speaking at 3 minutes. Once each of you in turn have stated your case, I will ask members if they have any questions of clarification, but they will literally be questions of clarification on what you've said. what would then will happen is we'll move normally to members having questions to officers. So first up is Melanie Andrews. Melanie, you're online, I can see. Do you both understand those rules?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, both. So Melanie, your 3 minutes start now.
This application is almost identical to the previous application on the site, which was refused by this committee a year ago. The criteria for planning permission to be approved set out in policy EN 20 2.124 still remains, and this application continues to fail to meet that criteria. As before, the proposed building is not in sympathy with the appearance and character of the local environment, criteria 2.1221. As before, it will still directly affect the general amenity of the surrounding properties by way of overlooking and overshadowing. 5 adjacent properties will directly face the eastern elevation. Currently, all these properties look out at trees with no other dwelling in direct sight. Also, the natural outlook of Rosemary Cottage will be replaced by the bulk of the western elevation looming down over it. That's criteria 2.122.7. All these surrounding properties date from the mid-19th century, and this proposed building does not enhance any landscape or features and adds nothing to the local character. That's criteria 2.122.3. In comparison to the surrounding dwellings, the proposed building does not offer equable space for private use and visual amenity, criteria 2.122.4. The Bracknell Forest local plan particularly highlights that any back garden infill development must meet all 8 criteria, which it clearly doesn't. To contradict the planning agent, there is no comparison with a small 2-metre extension that was built recently on Inglewood Cottage. This is a detached dwelling on its own site and not in plain view. The only difference that we can find to the previous refused application is that the proposed maximum lengths of the eastern and southern elevations have actually increased in size by 0.1 metres north and 0.6 metres east. The overall position is extremely similar. There is also a ground floor window added on the southern boundary visible above the fence line. The proximity remains only 1 metre away from the southern boundary. The biggest change is that there's now a 6-metre high gable end, which is much more prominent than the last refused application. The application will result in significantly increasing the traffic on the small private driveway off Mushroom Castle. This increased risk will negatively impact security and directly affect the amenity of the surrounding properties, criteria 2.122, 5 and 7. We dispute the dimensions used in the traffic management plan. The submitted drawings show the application will destroy mature borders and hedgerows on both sides of the length of the private driveway. This is not mentioned in the application. We also query how feasible it is to have a 2.5 metre wide truck and a car pass each other and turn around in a driveway of 5.4
20 seconds.
This is a clear case of insensitive back garden overdevelopment. There's little change from last year's refused application. The local community strongly oppose this as before and call upon the planning committee to refuse this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms Andrews. Do members have any questions of clarification for Melanie Andrews, please? Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Miss Andrews, I heard you say in your presentation that the natural outlook of Rosemary Cottage will be replaced by the bulk of the western elevation looming down over it. Are you suggesting that the proposal is set at a higher level than Rosemary Cottage?
Yes, it is. As if you can see from the, well, you didn't see from the pictures, but if you look at the driveway of Mushroom Castle Cottage, that's at a slope of approximately 0.6 metres slope. So we're assuming that then the driveway of the proposed building would also have a slope upwards. So that increases the overall height, and so they will be looking down over Rosemary Cottage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member have a question for Ms Andrews?
Yes, Chair. Sorry,
Councillor Paddybow.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned in your presentation about loss of trees. Is that right, or did I hear you wrong?
Yes, no, that's correct. Well, On the, if you remember, the officer showed some pictures of the private driveway, and you probably noticed that there was on each side of that private driveway there are mature borders, and on the side where they're proposing to completely destroy and I think she put it punch through. That's already got trees and hedgerow, and it's quite thick already. I can't think of width-wise. I would say more than a metre.
Okay, Councillor Ballyboe, perhaps you'll ask the officer to clarify that.
Yes, thank you.
Any other members have a question for Ms Andrews? No. Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Ms Andrews.
You're welcome.
If you could mute now, that would be very useful. Thank you. And so we now come to Mr Lomas. Sir, can we hear you? Great.
Yep.
Well done. Okay, so if you're ready, your 3 minutes also start now.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. This is the second application for the site, and as you can see, there is a substantial reduction in size, volume and impact than there was in the 2019 application. We've worked very closely with the council's professional officers to overcome the reasons for refusal, and it meets all the council's policies contrary to Mrs Andrews' assertions. Whilst we appreciate their comments, which are legitimate, they're unsubstantiated. And like before, they fall into three broad categories. The main issue of which was the transport and highways issue, which seem now to have been distributed in terms of overlook and all that kind of stuff. As pointed out by Mrs Andrews, there are strict criteria for backland development, and we believe, as well as the officers believe, that those have been overcome. The potential loss of neighbouring vegetation is also unfounded and unnecessary, and in any event lie outside the applicant's control. Where appropriate, vegetation will be retained and replaced with new planting, which is also a planning condition. The highways objections, as you can see by Mushroom Castle, has been widened in relation to the Collingwood site development, and those are an improvement. The backland and shortening development is that April Cottage is also a backland development of probably 1970s origin. And I should also point out to the committee that her neighbour or the neighbouring property has had a substantial extension being put forward, which itself has resulted in practically a new dwelling. And for those reasons, we consider that the development meets all of the criteria that the planning officers have measured it against. And we would therefore recommend to uphold the planning officer's recommendation for approval. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr Lomas. Do members have a question for Mr Lomas, please? No, I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much indeed, sir. So now we'll move on to questions from members to the officers. Does any member have a question for Sarah? Councillor Brossard.
Camera and the mute. Sarah, I noticed on the ground floor, and I don't know if you can bring up the floor plan for the ground floor, there's a reference to a study. Oh, I think if we go back one maybe. Yeah. Is it possible to condition that to remain as a study rather than for it to be adapted into a bedroom? Because then potentially it becomes a 4-bedroom property with a lack of one parking space to become 3-car parking spaces. I just wonder if it's a condition that is realistic or practical.
Yes, it would be something. You are right in saying at the moment that it's obviously shown as a 3-bedroom dwelling, which would require 2 parking spaces. Obviously, if that study were to become a bedroom, it would become a 4-bedroom property, which then would need to have 3 parking spaces. It is something that we've done previously if there are concerns about that bedroom. I mean, obviously, it's shown as a study, it's on a ground floor, and with home working arrangements nowadays, it's not necessarily unreasonable that people would like to have a home study or something like that. It could probably accommodate a single bed in it, but that is something that we could add as an additional condition should you wish to.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Does any other member have a question? I can't see the screen. If you could unshare.
I've got
again,
a question,
please.
Mr. Chairman. I did put it up.
All right. Yeah, it's all right. Well, when we've got the presentation on the screen, I can't see.
Do you want me to stop sharing it, Chair? Is that helpful?
Yes, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
Is it stopped
yeah,
now?
That's great. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
It's just this on Zoom. When you're sharing the presentation, I can't see any hands on the screen, so it's just difficult. I know. All right, Councillor Virgo.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if I can ask a question of the highways officer to Andy. Am I right, Andy? This is such a small track of road that if you have deliveries, there is no way a vehicle of being a transit could get down there and turn round. So somehow it would have to back down that track, which, you know, good heavens, would be extremely difficult. Am I right in saying that?
The intentions of delivery vehicles are set out in the swept path drawings in the construction traffic management plan, which the applicant has submitted and is conditioned in condition 16. That indicates that the construction vehicles that form part of that construction traffic management plan and are conditioned would be able to park adjacent to the site and another vehicle pass. In order to get back out of this access lane, they would reverse back onto the main route of Mushroom Castle so as they could then approach Cheviot Down Road in a forward gear. And that is no different to any other delivery vehicle for the existing dwellings on that section of road.
I suppose I'm talking about delivery, it's not necessarily about construction, is that a sizable lorry trying to get access to this new dwelling, or indeed any dwelling in that road, would be extremely difficult and would actually cause a hazard to other vehicles, of which we've obviously given permission for 7 extra houses, but it would cause a problem, cause a hazard.
I don't believe so. The swept paths that are provided in the construction traffic management plan indicate that those reversing movements of those construction vehicles, which would not be a dissimilar size to, in fact, probably larger than a typical domestic delivery vehicle, such as a food delivery, would turn within the space available and exit back to Cheviot Down Road in a forward gear. And during construction periods, banksmen, etc., would obviously be employed to ensure that those reversing movements can be undertaken safely.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take that up in my agenda, as it were. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Badivote.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Sarah. Good evening. Would there be any loss of vegetation?
So as you may recall in some of the photos I showed, that there would be some loss of vegetation to facilitate the creation of the vehicular access from the access drive into the site. What I would reiterate, though, is that none of the vegetation or the trees on site are covered by tree preservation orders. The site isn't within a conservation area. Any of the trees on site are not worthy of tree preservation orders due to limited public visibility, so they wouldn't be worthy of being TPO'd. So in that instance, whilst we accept that there would be some loss of vegetation around the site and within the site because of a result of the development, we wouldn't feel that this would be harmful to the character of the area where the vegetation isn't of any particular significant quality as to be worthy of protected. We have then also got a landscaping condition which is recommended, which will obviously ensure that we get good replacement planting undertaken within the site, particularly along the rear garden. It's shown indicatively on the block plan, but obviously that's something that can be controlled by a planning condition as is recommended in the reports.
Thank you. You mentioned in your report, one of the consideration of your recommendation is that there are a few backland developments already in the local area. Which of the houses close to the location actually back land development? I couldn't work out from the drawings of the houses
Well, it's off the top of my head. We've obviously there's been a recent planning permission granted at the end of Mushroom Castle for 5 new dwellings. There's a site at White Gables, which is also at the end of Mushroom Castle, which is 2 new dwellings. So that's just off Mushroom Castle itself. You've then got a site which is off Chavey Down Road, which was land to the rear of New Chateau. I think there was 5 new dwellings allowed there, which I think was some sort of backland formation. There's also another site close by where I know that it was either 2 or 3 new dwellings as backland development were also approved in recent times as well and have been constructed out as well. So there are examples in the surrounding area.
Of new applications, is that right?
Yes, new applications, yeah,
new
have
applications,
been granted planning permission. And that have been built out. New Chateau has been built out that I'm aware of. The 2 or 3 unit scheme of Chavey Down Road, I think has been built out. But obviously that's quite a specific question that obviously I might not know the full facts to. This is just going off of memory of what's happened maybe over the last couple of years and that I've not actually personally dealt with those sites. So it's something that I'm just going off of memory to try and aid what you've asked.
Thank you.
Lastly, if you just show sorry, Chair, I just wanted to see the plans again. I'm concerned about the parking and I'm assuming because of how small the lane is. So if you look to the left of my screen, where you've got 2 parking spaces shown, if somebody is coming from Mushroom Lane into the site, I'm assuming they're just going to drive left. If they want to get out of the parking, they will have to back out, and the view will be obstructed by, there's a tree also there somewhere in the front, right? So I mean, this is definitely, I'm not an expert, but to me, it looks very dangerous because of the width of that road.
I mean, I'm sure Andy Wells will be able to come in and step in. I mean, there is a 6-metre manoeuvring distance between the rear of the parking spaces and the access drive. You are correct that vehicles may either have to reverse into or out of the spaces. Obviously, this is a straight bit of access road here. It's a private road that only serves a garage next door located here at Mushroom Castle Cottage in 2 other dwellings. So it's very limited in terms of it serves only 3 other properties. It's a very straight bit of road. And obviously, I'd imagine that people, using small access drive would be driving at a very low speed and obviously being able to take into account, looking for any vehicles reversing in and out. The garage next door at Mushroom Castle Cottage here is in a very similar location to the front elevation of the house proposed here, which has parking in front of it as well. So it's not a dissimilar arrangement to what's set up next door in terms of the parking layouts.
Yeah, I simply reiterate what Sarah's just said. The standard for manoeuvring into and out parking spaces is 6 meters. That is available on this site into and out of those spaces. That section of access drive is very limited in terms of the number of vehicle movements, and vehicles will either come down the access drive past the spaces and reverse into them so they could go out in the forward gear, which is typical, or they would come in forwards and then reverse back into the access drive to go back out in a forward gear. And as Sarah points out, and I may be able to share my screen, but I may not, I have photos taken in association with the previous application on the site showing the neighbouring driveway at Mushroom Castle Cottage, which, as Sarah points out, has parking to the front of it in a very similar, if not identical, formation to the proposed parking for this property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Chair. Sarah, a question for you, please. In 9.14 of your report, it's very nice to see the council design SBD referred to and taken into account. You refer to the last point in that, should not be taller than the existing buildings nor highly visible from the main street. We heard the first speaker say that the proposed dwelling would be set at a higher level than the surrounding properties, i.e. April Cottage, Inglewood Cottage and Rosemary Cottage. So is that not a contradiction in terms?
Well, in terms of the height of the dwelling, it would be 6 metres. I think what we do need to establish is that there is a real mix of heights of dwellings in the surrounding area. So the dwelling is going to be located behind Eggleton Cottage and Poplar Cottage, both which are 2-storey full height dwellings. April Cottage is a bungalow, that's correct. Rosemary Cottage is a bungalow, that's also correct. And the planning agent did mention that there's a Inglewood Cottage, which is also at the end of the access drive. That has recently had planning permission granted to be partly demolished and rebuilt. And the actual height of that, I have made a note that it's actually been approved with a max ridge height of 7 metres, which is higher than the 6 metres proposed here. Now, in terms of concerns about changes in site levels and things like that, we have imposed a planning condition which would require details of finished floor levels. That would be based on a topo survey. So we'd need to look at datum points and changes in land levels, look at it in relation to the access drive where no doubt a fixed datum point would be taken from. So we would be able to ensure that maybe asking as well as part of that condition, we could have some details of, a street scene elevation to make sure that the height of the dwelling, it simulates well in the street scene. But because of the real variety of heights in the surrounding area, I feel that the height of it at 6 metres, where it's been reduced by nearly a metre from that previously refused, it does make a difference and it will assimilate a lot better in the street scene from that previously refused last year.
Chair, may I have another question, please?
Certainly, yeah.
So the point I was trying to get to is that it currently would occupy a dominant position and it's outward looking, it's looking eastward, where of course the gable windows are on the top floor. And so therefore, by definition, it would probably be able to look into the gardens of Rosemary Cottage and the surrounding other 2 properties by virtue of its position and virtue of the windows.
What's your question?
The question is, do you, Sarah, think that there would be an issue with overlooking, given the position and the position, the elevated position and the position of the windows?
So would the front dormer windows be an imposing overlooking into other properties?
Yes.
Is that right?
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's about a 14 to 15 metre separation distance between the front elevation of the dwelling as proposed and the side boundary of Rosemary Cottage. You've then got the access driveway in between, the parking for the new dwelling in between, and its associated garden. It's obviously a front to side relationship. So in terms of those separation distances and the intervening features in between, I don't consider that there would be an unacceptable level of overlooking that would be harmful to Rosemary Cottage. And then you've obviously mentioned about overlooking of other adjoining properties. Do you mean the properties on Chavey Down Road?
No, I mean the positioning of the proposal. You would be able to sort of look sideways at from an elevated position and look down on April Cottage and Inglewood Cottage.
Okay, but as I just explained in terms of the separation distances, I don't think that this would be causing an unacceptable level of overlooking or loss of privacy to the occupiers of Rosemary Cottage.
Thank you.
We have conditions and we have distances where we look from window to window, straight across 180 degrees, but that is severely reduced when it's side on. Okay, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. The objector lady, I'm sorry, I really can't remember her name, went through her objections very quickly, all the different references that she gave. Can I ask the officer, please, is she happy that all of those conditions have been covered?
Are there any particular points you had concerns about? I mean, obviously the report sets out the recommendations to why we consider this scheme acceptable. We don't consider that it is going to result in adverse impacts to neighbouring dwellings that would result in an unacceptable impact. The future occupiers of the dwelling would have their own on-site garden, on-site parking, bin and cycle storage. The size of the plot can easily accommodate the dwelling along with its requirements for parking, bin and cycle storage, along with a private amenity space. There's a good separation distance to the existing dwellings on Chavey Down Road so that it would not appear overbearing or result in loss of daylight or overlooking to the surrounding dwellings on Chavey Down Road. There are examples of backland development in the surrounding areas we've already discussed, and the plot size is not dissimilar to what's seen in the wider area. I mean, this is a site within the settlement boundary. It's for one new dwelling. It's these sorts of sites where they are acceptable on planning grounds that we should be encouraging an effective and efficient use of land, which is encouraged by policy. So it's something that we do consider for the reasons set out in the committee report, that the proposal is acceptable and it does address the previous reasons for a refusal of the application, which was refused by members last year.
Thank you. And is it true that one of the small dwellings near the site is circa 1970 build, and so they're not all old cottages there?
That I wouldn't be able to know. That's obviously quite a site-specific question about a site that's not the application site. So unfortunately, I wouldn't know. I mean, as I mentioned, Inglewood Cottage, which is accessed off of the same access drive as what this site would be, that had planning permission granted in 2020. So a very recent planning permission to partly demolish the house and rebuild it. I understand that permission may be being implemented or has been implemented. So obviously the redesign of that as a part demolished and rebuilt dwelling obviously would be a very modern addition in the street scene in very close proximity to this site. So that's something I can confirm to you.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Yeah. In actual fact, the date of the properties surrounding it is immaterial as far as the planning is concerned, unless, of course, they were listed. That would make a difference, but in this case, they're not. Does any other member have a question? Councillor Gore, you have another question?
Thank you. Yes, it's actually related to the traffic management plan. While I can see that the applicants put in a very detailed plan, and that's great, I'm wondering, just for my own peace of mind and for safety, if there's likely to be conflict between their management plan and what's the management plan at the end of the road, because they'll still use the same access. This is the one in Collingwood, which has been recently approved, because the net effect would be residents being held hostage in their homes, and many vehicles transitioning and working at the same time.
I apologise, Councillor Gore, I didn't hear the whole of your question there.
Councillor Wells, Councillor Gore wants to know that, bearing in mind there's been a recent planning application and permission for other properties along this road, does the traffic management plan that is set out in this application have any conflict with the traffic management plan on those permitted developments?
As far as I'm concerned, no. Obviously, it is normally for a single dwelling or a small development of the scale of this, we wouldn't normally request a construction traffic management plan, and this is unusual, and quite a lot of extra information has been provided in this instance for the size of development proposed. Nevertheless, there are construction traffic management. There is a construction traffic management plan for Collingwood. In fact, that was one of the conditions that was recently discharged, and obviously the access condition relating to the widening of Mushroom Castle, which Sarah set out in her slides, which actually results in an improved width of access up to the access drive that serves this property. So in terms of access for construction vehicles to this site, the situation is actually improvement over that which was present a year ago when the previous application was presented to committee. I don't consider there is a conflict between the two construction traffic management plans. The construction traffic management plan for this site includes the use of banksman in reversing manoeuvres, includes all of the swept paths and also the vehicle types. And it notes in paragraph 4.1.4 that where it's necessary for reversing manoeuvres to occur, a banksman or traffic marshal working from a position outside the vehicle will safely guide vehicles and warn of the presence of pedestrians in vicinity of the site. So those traffic marshals and banksmen would obviously work to ensure that any vehicle movements associated with this site would not conflict with any vehicles arriving or departing other dwellings or other construction sites in this vicinity.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
And if I may
Thank
just
you.
add as well, sorry, Councillor Gore, just on this point, in relation to the highway matters, I would just reiterate that the previous application, which members overturned last year, there were no highway reasons for a refusal on that previous application. This application, as Andy said, we have worked very hard with the applicant and the agent to get this construction traffic management plan in, because we obviously are very much aware that members and local residents are concerned about obviously impact on Mushroom Castle itself. So it is something that is very unusual to have such a detailed construction traffic management plan and up front as well as part of an application for just one dwelling. But it is something that I would just want to reiterate that there weren't previously any highway reasons for a refusal on the last application. And given we do have a much more detailed construction traffic management plan, which has been reviewed by our highways authority and is considered acceptable, I just think that's worth bearing in mind and that members need to bear that in mind as well. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Sarah.
can I just make one comment on that?
Well, no, you can ask a question, but
All right.
you can't make a comment.
Right, the question that I wanted to ask, which I think has been satisfactorily answered, is that while there is a great traffic management plan that's not necessarily two running side by side can sometimes cause conflict, and I understand that's not the case. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs Hayes.
Yes, sir, thank you. And no doubt, having taken that into consideration, I'm sure Sarah has taken in what I always ask for. This does have no problems with waste collection.
Right. In fact, the officer did it show on the map.
I know they did, but I always ask.
Yeah,
Sarah,
as you will see, it does.
you are happy with the reasonings for it.
Yeah, of course. So there is a bin store that's proposed within the residential garden of the new plot. And what I understand is obviously the refuse vehicle only goes down the main Mushroom Castle stretch. It doesn't go down this access drive, which serves two other dwellings along with the garage and parking area of an adjoining dwelling. My understanding is the same situation with those other existing dwellings that are accessed off of the access drive. The bins will need to be taken to the end of the access drive on collection day. And we have just put an informative on, or recommended informative, I should say, which does obviously just alert future occupiers that that's something that they will need to do on bin collection day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs Hayes. I've got nobody else with questions, I don't believe. So I'm going to move the officer's recommendation, which is on page
53, Chairman, with the supplementary page 53 and the supplementary.
Thank you. And if I have a seconder?
I'm happy to second it, Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Members, you've had quite a comprehensive report on this one. You will see that the previously refused application was for a full two-storey application, which was almost a full metre higher than this application. You'll also see that the reasons for refusal before did not include any traffic conditions. So we really can't take those into consideration when bearing in mind on this application. I'll do some more summing up after debate, but I will open up to members if they wish to speak. Vice Chair, do you want to speak now, reserve, or? otherwise.
Very briefly, Chairman, to say that it's clear from this new report that the case officers work very closely with the applicant in terms of addressing the concerns that we expressed last year, which resulted in refusal. The roof, as you said, Chairman, has been lowered. There are no windows that are facing towards the current properties, which are, well, when I say the current properties, effectively that's Castle Keep and the other properties. The only thing that I would like to ask, Chairman, is a condition associated with the retention of the ground floor to be a study. If that could be conditioned, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
I'll agree with that condition, so we will put that in. Councillor Virgo, you wish to speak. Bearing in mind we now have a condition for the study to also be kept as a study and not a bedroom.
Sure, and I would agree with that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's a very difficult one, members, actually. There certainly has been some improvement. Well, I say some, there's only one that's improvement, of course, which is dropping the ridge height. But I have to say, I've given this a lot of thought. I've been to this road so many times. It's a track. It's a very small track. Michael made a point of backland development. We'll ask a question about backland development. The thing is, it's very specific to the location that you are in and we're talking about. Some backland development is acceptable because the road is bigger and therefore access is easier. This is not the case, Mr. Chairman. This is, I think I used in my summing up last time, I used the word shoehorned. And I'm afraid I can't go away from that fact. This is a tiny, tiny, tiny track. The fact that there are cottages there, they've been there a long time. We're talking about changing this track considerably. So, you know, access is an important fact. It's an important fact to people who've lived there for many years. And it is too tight. There's no doubt about it. And I would, you know, if members have been there, they can see it. So I would say that not a lot has changed. I do have to say that the transport plan is extremely good. In fact, probably one of the best we have seen. But I still raise the point that in building, and I think, Mr. Chairman, you raised this originally, in building this construction will cause enormous congestion and difficulty. So I would say, in all, as much as I would like to say, yes, things have improved, I don't think they have improved, Mr. Chairman. It's still a very tight place. It will cause undue difficulties to the residents in access and all kinds of things. And in fact, just talking about vehicles, because we all get vehicles offline now, as everybody knows, you know, a huge lorry going down this track will cause enormous congestion. And of course, the more houses you have, the more congestion. We've already, in this planning committee, we have approved 7 extra houses in a tiny track called Mushroom Castle. You know, it's quite extraordinary, actually. So in the end, Mr. Chairman, I must say, after careful consideration, and I know a lot of effort's gone into this, and I know that Sarah's done her best, but I'm afraid I cannot support it. And I would ask members to refuse recommendations. But thank you for the chance to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Virgo. Any other member wish to speak? Okay, as no other member wishes to speak, I'll just sum up. Okay, we've heard several arguments and mostly about traffic movement and the height and overlooking. Now, Councillor Virgo said that there has only been one improvement. In fact, there have been 2 improvements. The 2 improvements are not only the height of the proposed new building, but also the loss, if you like, or the reduction in windows facing back onto the existing properties. Previously, the application was refused, mostly because of being unneighbourly and the fact that windows overlooked the existing properties, and it was quite a high building. That has been overcome by the new application. The road is no longer a track as it has now been described. As you can see from the pictures you saw, it has been substantially widened. And also you heard from the officer that to have a construction, traffic and management plan is quite unusual. This is something that I was quite strong about before, and I asked for this to be done, and I was told, you know, it's not normally done on one property, but I asked for this to be done, and I think it's quite interesting that it has been done at such a very, very minute detail. And I think you now have, even as we heard from the traffic officer, banksman coming out and seeing any vehicles reversing out. We've seen that traffic, the construction traffic can be managed. And of course, we all know, don't we, that any construction causes some congestion or some effect to neighbours. But to refuse on these grounds would really be, you know, it wouldn't be able to be supported, and I don't think that we would win on those grounds, because, you know, there is other construction going on further down this road. So I think that most of the reasons, or in fact all of the reasons that were previously there for us to refuse last year, the larger development, have been overcome quite substantially. And I'll ask members to support the officer's recommendation. Let's just go to the vote, please.
Yeah. Councillor Angel.
For.
Councillor Dr. Barnard.
Against.
Councillor Bandari.
Against.
Councillor Birch.
For.
Councillor Brossard.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Dudley.
For.
Councillor Badibay.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Hayes.
For.
Councillor Hayden.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Mattick.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mossam.
For.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Skinner.
For.
And Councillor Virgo.
Against.
12 for and 4 against, Chair.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Okay, we move on to agenda item 7, which is Kenrick, Chavedown Road, Winkfield, which is a single-storey front extension. Alex.
Okay, I'm showing my screen now.
Right.
Can the plans be seen? Okay. It appears I think my Zoom might have crashed on the.
Yeah, we can hear it, and it says you're started screen sharing, but all we've got is a blank screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Try it again.
Yeah, I'll try again. Okay, are my plans visible?
Yeah, we've got it now. Thank you.
Thank
Alex.
you. Yeah. So this is Kenrick, that's just across the road from the application we've been talking about just before. So it's erection of a single-storey front extension. It's proposed to measure 9.4 metres in depth, a maximum of 3.88 metres in height, and 6.27 metres in width. I shall go to the plans. That is a 3D image of the road. We have here the block plan and the location plan. So it can be seen, the application site is here, Chavedown Road is here, and there's a parking area that goes to the side where all the properties link to. That is the location plan that can be seen here. We've got the existing proposal here. So we've got the adjacent dwelling that's nearest the site is Papalians, that is to the left. And we've got Fiddler's Green, which is further away to the right-hand side. This is a floor plan of the dwelling at present, at the moment. And this is the proposed plans. So the application is to provide a bedroom, a wet room, kitchen, and a living area for the applicant's disabled family member, which will allow a level of independence whilst receiving family support. The application has been referred to the Planning Committee because more than 5 objections have been received. And as noted, the nearest dwelling that is in proximity to the proposal is Pelions, which is located to the left. This is the street scene view here. That's the view from the rear. So if you're looking at the dwelling, as my photographs will later show, this is what you would see. So the plans show, if I zoom in, I will evidence this. There is a 3.9 metre separation gap between the 2 dwellings and a 0.20 metre change in land level between the dwellings, where my magnifier is there. However, if you count the roof overhang between the Pelions and the proposal, there is a 2.91 metre separation distance with the roof, but regarding the actual body, so to speak, of the dwelling, it's 3.90 metres. Yeah. So a loss of light assessment has been taken in regards to BRE guidelines, as there are side-facing windows on pavilions that the proposal would protrude past. With a 25-degree angle drawn from the centre of the window on the side of the pavilions, you can see it does not intersect with the proposal. Although the line is intersecting, appears to intersect with part of Kenrick, that is the existing house. This here is the proposal, so that wouldn't be intersecting with the proposal. The plan, as can be seen, takes into account land level changes between the 2 properties, and it can be seen that due to this, as evidenced here, that the light loss is judged to be acceptable. So if I move across here, to the south of the application site is Fiddler's Green. Due to the distance that the proposal will be located away from Fiddler's Green, it isn't considered that any loss of amenity would occur. As you can see, there's quite a substantial separation distance. I believe it's 11.72 metres. The front of the extension, if I go to the block plan, because it's not initially obvious from here, it's just the floor plan there. But here it can be seen that the front of the extension doesn't protrude. So as a result, any impact in the street scene would be considered acceptable. A site visit has shown that there is parking currently for 3 vehicles on the site. That would not change with the proposal. The agent has shown here that more could be achieved, but at present there's clearly parking for 3 vehicles. And that's in line with a dwelling size of 4 bedrooms and above, where you have to provide 3 parking spaces. So the parking situation would not change. I move on now to my photographs of the site. So that is looking at the street scene. So it's coming out here, or proposed to. You've got the parking area to the right, not quite visible behind the hedge, but the parking continues down to the side of the house. So it wouldn't be considered that the parking situation would change. That's Pelions to the left, Kenrick to the right, and obviously the area that's supposed to be developed is on this grass area here. Fiddler's Green to the right-hand side. Again, that's over 11 metres separation distance from the property, so it wouldn't be considered that that would be adversely affected. And here we've got some images of the street scene. So that's looking up the street scene, and that is looking down. As you can see, there's quite a lot of vehicle parking on the street. But obviously the application site, there's more that's able to be achieved there that would mean that people wouldn't need to park on the street at present. It does appear that this site does have more vehicle parking available present than other bungalows that are on the road. And also, although I don't believe it to be heavily material to the application, because we've already discussed loss of light, the agent has provided some sun shadow diagrams to evidence from different times of the year, 21st of May, 21st of June and 21st of March, where they've to evidence that there'll be no adverse loss of light to the property through the sun. But I don't believe these to be too material due to the fact that a loss of light assessment from a 25-degree angle has clearly shown that there would not be any adverse loss of light. And I'll just go through here so members can see the diagrams. There's I think there's 28 in total that were uploaded. But as I say, I don't really think that this is too material to the application. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Caught me by surprise there. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, members, do you have any questions? I've got Councillor Gore, Brossard and Ballybogue. So Councillor Mrs. Gore.
Thank you, Chairman. As you've mentioned, Alex, about the light situation, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions on that, if that's okay. So the first question is, as I understand it, to have a right to light, you have to have enjoyed it in a continuous way for a set period of time. The Prescription Act states there's a right to light after 20 years, but if this period is interrupted, the right is not given. What's your view on that?
My view on the right to light, I've come across that before, and that to me is a legal matter, not a planning matter. I've come across that with applications before where people have objected on those grounds, and we say, well, that's a legal matter, that isn't to do with planning. We assess it on BRE guidelines. And yeah, I don't believe that that is really to do with a planning application, in all honesty.
Okay, but you have mentioned it in your presentation. Can I just ask the second question then? That will involve you showing your first picture, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course. I will go back to sharing. Okay. That will be this one here.
Yes. So what we can see from the picture is the sun's shadow, can we not? And the sun's shadow, without the proposal, he clearly goes up the wall and up the sides of Papillon. Now, what I'm a bit concerned about is if the proposal is set alongside that, that will compound the shadow that we can clearly see, which is real life and not an assessment, and have quite an impact in terms of entombing the adjacent property.
Yes, that's.
What's your view?
My view is that that photograph was taken at about 9 o'clock in the morning, where the sun would be obviously not up to its full height at that point. While I do agree, yes, of course, that's what it does. That's what it does show. We still would assess loss of light to a window with BRE guidelines from 25 degrees, and shadowing is not really something that we look at so much. The main material point of loss of light would be 25-degree angle from the centre of the window, regardless of the sun's altitude, which is what that will comply with. That would be my take.
Okay, but you do agree that the photo you've chosen to add as evidential base indicates that there could be a practical problem, and there it is in picture form.
Yeah, I do agree. Yes, it does show shadowing. That is true. Yeah, you
Thank
can't
you.
deny that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. If you could unshare again, please.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Brossard.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Alexander, I don't know if this is a question for planning or maybe one for legal, but at the top of page 60, it shows the floor plan for the existing property, Kenrick, and also the annex that is proposed. What would happen in the future if it was decided that the annex itself would then be separated off and then become a separate property? Would that then require planning permission?
Well, we've actually got condition 4, I believe, that says this has to remain ancillary. So that's what we've done to make sure that you know, to reduce the chances of that, or take the chances of that away completely. That's what we do with this type of thing, to make sure that they can't turn it into a separate dwelling.
Fine. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Ballyboe.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex. I just want to clarify, just going back on Councillor Brossard's question. If this went through and the house was sold tomorrow, for example.
Yeah.
Now, we've heard the story that this is to help a disabled family member.
Yeah, it's correct.
What happens to, does this then convert, I mean, does this mean that there's always going to be a disabled person living in this, or it would just be part of the house now?
It's not really a material consideration on the planning application.
No, well, it is, because the mention of a disabled family member also is not a consideration for planning, sure, sir.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not a material consideration that it's for a disabled person. The material consideration is whether or not the extension should be allowed, whether it's for a disabled person or not.
No, sorry, I'm only asking the question because the disabled person was mentioned by the office. That's all. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's not a material consideration.
Okay. Can we go back to the photo you had of the shadowing?
Yeah. Yeah.
In your professional opinion, why do you think the houses are staggered like this? All the windows on this side of that building next to it is facing this, and the houses are staggered because light is required by the other property. Would my assessment be right?
Well, on that particular street, the houses do vary. You've got some houses like Propellians like that, and you've got some houses, you know, in this style together with Fiddler's Green that's to the right-hand side. I couldn't really comment on why they were built like that. I guess it's possible that light was a concern, but I couldn't.
Alex, could you scroll down to the street scene? I think you'll show that some of the other properties, keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going. There we go.
Yeah.
You see some of the other properties. Most of the other properties are just built, facing onto the road.
Yeah. Well, that one is not.
Well, it's because they have garages, so the spaces between them are a little bit further than what we have here.
Yeah.
That is what I'm trying to ascertain. I'm just also on the neighbor's property. What rooms are these windows for?
There, it's a kitchen. It's a kitchen.
It's just a kitchen.
It's a kitchen, but there's a kitchen and there's a kitchen door. So you can see here where my magnifier is there. There's the kitchen door. There's the kitchen, and then further on there's another room, but that isn't material because that already exists. That already goes onto the side of the existing house, so that wouldn't be considered to be affected at all by the extension.
Okay. Lastly, can I just ask, on this street or this strip?
Yeah.
If this is the only house that will have an extension in the front.
Yes.
Right. And it will be also the only house with an L shape.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Put your hand down, please, Mike. Councillor Gore, you've got another question.
Thank you. The design SPD that relates to front extensions, which is a guideline for this application, states quite categorically that front extension should be small in footprint relative to the local building. I understand the front extension is an increase of 45% on the total build. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how is that, in your opinion, small in footprint relative to the local building?
Well, my opinion on the design guidelines would be that it's a guideline. It's not specific to say that you can't do this at all. Each case will be treated of its own merit, and we would ascertain that if an application came in. So yes, although I do appreciate what the design guideline says, if it's in keeping with the existing dwelling, if it's the same height, then we would assess that of its own accord.
Okay. Can I just have another question on that? So the second part of the guidelines, which which do form an integral part, says that the front extensions need to be subordinate in scale, so they do not dominate the original building. Now, this is a great big, rather large extension that's fairly substantial. So, I mean, it does dominate the original building.
Yeah, but I think that with the use of matching materials and by its design, I think it would link into the existing dwelling quite well in my view.
Okay, any other questions from anybody?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I didn't.
All right, sorry, I couldn't see if you.
That's right. I've lost
your hand up. Yeah, it's all right.
I've lost my
Okay, Councillor
slide.
Virgo.
Don't worry, don't worry. Can I just follow on from that question, really? You said, Alex, that it should be in keeping with the existing dwellings. You can't see me very well. I'm looking down at a piece of paper. In fact, I think previously we've said, Michael asked the question about extensions in the road, and there aren't any extensions. So this would be, this would be different, as it were. This would be separate. But what I think is strange is the angle of this extension, because as well we'll get to the question, Mr. Chairman.
I wish you would. Yeah, thank you.
And I'm trying. As well as all the fact that there aren't extensions, it sort of juts out, and it seems completely not in keeping with the other buildings, Alex.
So your question is, do you believe that this is in keeping with other buildings?
Yep.
Thank you.
I think it would. I think with the use of matching materials, I don't think it would look bad.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, I'll ask another question.
All right.
A restriction on the amount, just following from Moira's point, is there a restriction on how big you can make an extension? I mean, go straight up to the road?
From applications I've dealt with over the years, I don't think. Sorry, I've come across this Greenbelt.
Okay, can I help the officer out here a little bit? I mean, Councillor Virgo, your question is valid. However, we're dealing with this extension at this size, and you as members have to decide whether or not this is in keeping with policy. We're not talking about an extension that's going right up to the road.
No, I understand that, Mr. Chairman.
Right. So we have to
let me just ask the question, Mr. Chairman, please.
Well, I thought you had.
My question is this. I wondered at what point it's unacceptable, because it seems to me 45% increase is huge, and therefore you said, Alex, that you don't see a problem in that. I'm just wondering where the problem would come. In other words, most people would take from this they can do any extension.
Say that I think it would be every case of its own merit, personally, that if it would be down to us to assess something regardless of whatever came in. If somebody, put in, the whole of the front garden or something like that over the parking area, then that isn't what this is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Badebo, is that another question you have?
Yes, another question, Chair. Thank you. The objections, the 12 objections that you received from 11 addresses.
Yeah.
Are the addresses on the same street?
Not all of them. Some of them aren't.
How many of them are on the same street?
I can't comment on that. I'm not sure.
That would have been a question, Councillor, that if you'd have asked that a couple of days ago, it would have given the officer a chance to have a look.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. One final question from me, just relating to your presentation. A lot of the questions have been to do with light and shadowing, and you were quite clear that we have done a loss of light survey and under our current policies, this doesn't fall foul of our loss of light rules. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, from the 25 degrees of the side-facing window, it does not intersect.
Okay. And one further question from me. This is the light on the side of the neighbouring dwelling is a kitchen. Is a kitchen deemed to be a habitable room?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Right. Any other question? Councillor Badabo, have you got another question?
Yes, I just wanted to, I just need clarification on, the height, the viewing height. If I was in that kitchen, would I see over the wall?
No, you wouldn't. But the pitch is 2.4 metres at the side. So the actual maximum height is not what it will be nearest the window because of the pitch.
Yeah, okay.
Right, thank you. Right, I will therefore move the officer's recommendation, which is on
page 64, Chairman, and the supplementary on pages 4 and 5.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder?
Chairman, I'm happy to second the recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Okay, members, you've seen from this application, you've seen from the officer's report, this is a substantial extension to the front of the property. However, we've seen the loss of light survey that the officer has quite clearly pointed out that this complies with our loss of light rules as far as we're concerned. Anything with regards to right to light is a civil matter and a legal matter and not for planning. The other thing to bear in mind is that the extension, although it is substantial, does not go further than the property line along this street. In fact, it goes almost to the same property line as the other properties along that street. So I'd like you to bear that in mind. Would you seconder wish to speak?
Reserve, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Badabo, you have your hand up to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard the officer's presentation and read the report. I don't think this extension or proposal is in keeping with anything around it at all. I'm struggling to see how the officer would actually say that this is in keeping with the character of the place. I mean, I'm on Google Map now doing Street View, and I'm thinking this is all of them look the same. I can't see this extension. This would be the only thing that looks really weird. I'm also, if I was the neighbor living in the next property and this was actually, what's it called, now put in front of me, i.e. my kitchen, I would not be best pleased. I'm also a little bit disappointed that the officers actually mentioned that this was for a disabled relative, when in fact that is not actually a planning consideration. All it does now, it just makes it an emotional thing, because we all know and we cannot unknow this. Because I'm assuming if this wasn't for a disabled family member, I can just guess that this will not even get to committee. There's also no assurance that once this is actually approved, the property might be sold next year, as an extension. So, and there's nothing for us to actually put in place to say this will always be used for a disabled family member of the new owners. I can't see how I can support this. I know the officer is actually trying to justify his recommendation and position just based on the angle, 25-degree angle lighting thing. But what I think is not mentioned about the 25-degree angle thing is the position of the extension is right in front of the kitchen window and door. And I think also you will notice that in the neighbor's house, the kitchen door is actually made of glass, which means there must be already restriction of light because nobody does that. For security reason, you probably end up putting a proper door to that. But it's glass for a reason, because they want to allow a lot of lights in. And I know a lot of people spend their time in the kitchen. I think this would be unfair on the neighbor. I think this would be unfair on the strip. This will look really out of place in where it is now. For this reason, I will not be supporting this recommendation. And I will urge councillors as well to just consider the neighbours and the neighbourhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleveland. Councillor Mrs. Gore.
Thank you, Chairman. In my summing up of this, I'd just like to read a short excerpt from a letter that's from the next door neighbour, which is actually included in the supplementary document that was produced later on, so I won't read the whole thing. But basically, they're saying that the proposed extension will measure 30 by 20 foot, at least half the size of the original building, not counting the existing extension. The scale of the proposed extension would not be small in footprint and would dominate the original building, which I've already alluded to. So the neighbour says we would have no objection to an extension in the right location. The logical place would be either from the existing rear extension joining across or from the other side. So as it stands, the design of the proposed extension would not satisfactorily harmonise and be totally out of keeping with the existing bungalow itself and other properties on the road. And this is correct because the road rises to an incline and loops around. So by putting an extension, it would alienate the two properties to the farther side of it. I would like to also add my comment on this in terms of planning recommendations. So
We've lost you, Councillor Gore. You've gone on mute.
Sorry. Yes, so I just wanted to add my own observation on the planning elements of this, the planning conditions. So the officer has already said that it's not fully consistent with CP1 of the SALP, but also I don't think it's fully consistent with the residential amenity policy of EN20, which actually says must not adverse the amenity of surrounding properties and adjoining area. And I also don't think it's fully consistent with the design, which says it must be in sympathy with the appearance and character of the local environment and appropriate in scale and mass. So I would query those two policies that have been put as consistent, and the SPD, the planning SPD, which seems to be subjective and objective at will, clearly states that extensions in the front must be small in footprint relative to the local building. This is an extension of 45%. And it must be subordinate in scale so they do not dominate the original building. These aren't things that are put together to sort of change on a whim. They are things that planning is guided by, and therefore I think that the extension has not met the planning conditions fully, and I would urge members to please refuse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gore. Any other member wish to speak?
Can I speak, Mr. Chairman?
By all means, Councillor Virgo.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't find my icon. I would just like to endorse what Councillor Gore said, really. Look, this is huge. I mean, we all know and are extremely sympathetic for the reason for doing this. But I'm afraid at the end, you've got to consider the street scene. You've got to consider the neighbours. If you go there and look at it, it is a huge, huge extension, 45% of the building. It's almost like doubling the building. It's already had an extension at the back, I think. So all in all, I really cannot support this, Mr. Chairman. And the other thing that I think is wrong is that the angle will look very strange in the street scene. It will look very odd. As Councillor Gore said, if they considered something at the rear of the property, maybe that would be acceptable, but it's almost like you're doubling a house at the front, and I'm afraid that's not acceptable. So I would urge members to refuse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Does any other member wish to speak before I come back to the seconder?
Councillor Matic, Chairman.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see that.
Yeah, sorry. I put it in the
Oh.
chat.
Oh,
a
did you? I do beg your pardon. Oh, you had
That's
a
right.
question.
Yes, I did.
Oh.
As it's for
Oh.
to accommodate a disabled person, does it meet their requirements, very specific requirements, or?
It's not a planning consideration.
No, I
Councillor
appreciate that,
Matic,
but
no.
you know, I am very concerned about.
Yeah, but I'm sorry I missed your question, which I allowed it now. But
That's all right. Thank you.
beg your pardon. Did you wish to speak for or against this application? Okay, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Brossard, who reserved his thoughts on this. Councillor Brossard, did you wish to speak?
Having Chairman, I have to say, I must say, this is a difficult one. I must say, I've heard what Councillor Gore and also Councillor Verger have said, and I think now, looking at the photographs that were produced earlier, this is a very substantial building to be attached or to be annexed from the existing bungalow. And I'm also concerned, I have to say, looking at the point you made, Chairman, that in fact the kitchen is described as a habitable room. And so I think there will be potentially a loss of light. I know that we haven't looked at it with regard to the kitchen window and we have regard to the next door property, but I have serious reservations about this in terms of the massing, the bulk. I think the street's seen as much as anything. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brossard. Okay, we'll now go to the vote. Thank you. I'm sorry, I should have summed up first, shouldn't I? I better beg your pardon. Yeah, all right. Well, I'll just sum up. Look, we've got to look at this on policy grounds, and on policy grounds, there are two things that we need to bear in mind. Bearing in mind that the officer has already said that, as far as our planning policies are concerned, the loss of light here complies with the regulations that we look at. However, I do believe that there are two other issues that we need to look at, as whether or not this extension is out of keeping in the neighbourhood with the regards to the street scene, and also the bulk and massing of this proposed front extension. And I think that is a very, very difficult T to cross as far as we're concerned. So I think, as the Vice Chair said on this one, this is a very, very difficult balance. And I think in the balance of it, I don't think I will be supporting this application myself, but members may have their own view. So we will now go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Angel.
Against.
Councillor Dr. Barnard.
Against.
Councillor Bandari.
Against.
Councillor Birch.
Against.
Councillor Brossard.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Dudley.
Against.
Councillor Badibe.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Hayden.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Matic.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Mossam.
Against.
Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Skinner.
Against.
And Councillor Virgo.
Against.
That's all against, Chair.
Thank you. The motion falls, and therefore that will be determined at the following planning committee. We move on then to agenda item 8, which is 1 to 8 Robins Gate, which is Olivia. Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just begin sharing my screen. Okay, this is an application for the creation of 4 additional flats within the block of flats known as Robins Gate. At the moment, there's an existing 8 flats. So in total, there will be 12 flats if this application is approved. 2 of these flats will be 1 bedroom and 2 will be 2 bedroom. The application site is located in the hatched pink area. This is a view of the existing site. the application site is located here with access onto Largest Lane. You've got the existing parking area to the right of the application building with bins and bike storage to the rear. And here we have the proposed application site. So the 4th floor will go on top of the building. And then we have 6 additional new parking spaces proposed, as well as additional cycle parking proposed as well. You can see the relationship to the neighbouring properties. Here are the buildings on within Robins Gate that are dwellings. Then we have a locally listed chapel house just to the south here, with the locally listed chapel also. And then the Bracknell football pitch to the rear with the Willows, which is a residential dwelling also. I'll just turn onto the proposed plans. So this shows the existing lower ground floor. At the moment, there are 2 2-bedroom flats and a management area. The first of the 4 proposed new flats is located within the existing built form, replacing the existing management area with a 1-bedroom flat. And then here we have what's known as the 2nd floor. Because the land level changes, it appears as a 4th floor from Largest Lane, where we have 2 2-bedroom flats on either side and 1 1-bedroom flat to the front. I'll turn on to the photos before discussing the impact of the proposal. Oh, sorry, here are the elevations. So the existing building is these first 3 floors, and then a 4th floor is proposed on top. It's proposed to be set back from the front elevation by 2 meters at the front, and then a setback on the side also, and then balconies are proposed. Here we have a view of from the approach to the building, and you can see the level changes. Largest Lane is on the right of this plan with the football pitch to the left. Here's the rear view from the football pitch. So this would be the 3rd floor as it would appear. So this is the proposed 3rd floor. At the moment, it looks like there's only 2 floors from the football pitch. And then here's the other side view on the approach. Turning to the photos, this is the existing building viewed from Cemetery Gates of the locally listed building. So there will be an additional floor proposed on top of this. And then here with the locally listed chapel in the foreground and the application site in the background. This is another view from the cemetery towards the application site. This is the existing view from the front of the application site towards Largest Lane. And then a view from Largest Lane with the application site here. And then another view of the application site, just to see the context. Here's the view from the Willows, from their front area. And the view from the football pitch towards the application site, you can see here. Now we have some photos of the existing parking, part of the existing parking area in the bin store, with further photos of the bins here. And again, another view of the bin store and parking area, which will be reorganized. So there won't be parking provision in this area any longer to increase accessibility to the bins. And then finally, another view of the application site. So you can see the parking areas just to the right. So I'll go back to the block plan and talk through the proposals. Okay. So the application site is located within a character area defined by a variety of building heights, going from 2-story dwellings up to 7-story institution buildings. As such, the provision of an additional 4th floor is not considered to be out of keeping with the character of the area. Furthermore, the application site is located on a corner plot and within a transition site within the road, meaning that an additional 4th floor would not appear significantly out of keeping or incongruous within the street scene. The additional floor is proposed to be set back from the front elevation viewed from Largest Lane by up to 2 metres, reducing its visual impact. And it will be clad in dark grey to further reduce its visual impact on the street scene. The application site is located within 16 metres of a locally listed building, the Chapel House, which is to the south of this plan. The assessment of the impact on the Chapel House was that it was considered a less than substantial impact to a locally listed building. As such, the impact on the setting must be a balancing act between the impact on the locally listed building and any benefits of the scheme. As discussed, the proposal is not considered to have a significantly adverse impact in terms of the setting or character of the area. Furthermore, 4 additional dwellings will be provided for the borough. As such, it's considered on the balance that the proposal would have a positive impact on the borough and therefore would overcome the less than substantial impact on the listed building. In terms of the impact on the amenity of the surrounding properties, there is a significant separation distance from the application site to the surrounding properties. As such, it is not considered that there would be a significant additional level of overlooking or overbearing impacts over and above the existing situation, given the setback of the 4th floor and the position of the balconies to the front of the property. A loss of light assessment has been undertaken in respect of the nearest residential properties, and it has been determined that given the separation distance and the orientation of the dwelling in relation to the garden areas and habitable rooms of these properties, there would not be a significant adverse impact in terms of loss of light or overshadowing. In terms of high-vis considerations, the additional dwellings require 6 additional parking spaces in line with our parking guidelines. These additional spaces have been provided and are shown on the proposed plans. In addition, the additional cycle parking required has also been provided. The proposed scheme reorganises parking areas to provide a greater access to the bin storage. The proposed development is therefore considered acceptable subject to the provision of a Section 106 agreement to secure mitigation against the impact on the Thames Basin Heath Special Protection Area. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Olivia. If you could unshare your screen, that'd be
Absolutely.
great. Thank you very much. We move on to questions. I've got a question to kick off with. I take it that the current flats are occupied at the moment.
That's correct.
At least that looks like from the bins. Is there a building plan to show how this additional construction can be achieved without undue effect or harm on the existing residents, especially with regards to access and parking?
There is no plan provided at this stage. However, if you're minded to, I would be happy to add a condition requiring the submission of this prior to the commencement of development.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned about the bins. If we're increasing the number of flats significantly to the development, can we require them to put more bin, expand the bin area and make it more fit for purpose, because it's obviously a bit overused there?
Well, the bin storage provided does meet our guidelines in terms of the litres of bins provided per dwelling. However, again, we can require submission of more details regarding bins and potentially a larger bin store by condition if this is a concern of councillors.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the fact that we're trying to move on.
Okay, we're on questions.
Sorry.
Questions. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes, would you like to follow on from that with your questions?
Oh, you knew I was coming in on that one, because at this point in time, as I'm sure Councillor Patricia Brown has already indicated, we have this in our portfolios to be looking at, and also with our committees, because we must look at how flats HMOs and the rest are collected. And I'm very concerned about the design element of collection of waste, recycling, and
Can
now.
can we have a question, please,
Yes.
Councillor Hayes?
Have
Yeah,
we
thank you.
got in this design a suitable collection point that will accommodate what we are, this council, wanting in the future, let alone at this point in time?
I think you heard the officer say that the redesign of the parking bays gives improved access to the bin store, and you've also heard that we can, if we so wish, apply a condition for a bin storage increase plan.
A better designed bin storage.
Right. Okay. So, Olivia, can you just clarify, if we wanted to attach a condition along these lines, what kind of condition could we attach?
I would suggest a pre-commencement condition that would say something along the lines of a bin storage strategy and plan should be submitted and agreed in writing prior to commencement of development. At that point, we can review along with the waste consultant and highways the suitability of the scheme before development commences.
Okay, well, we can look at that when we come to moving the
Thank you.
the recommendation. Okay. Anybody else got any other questions? Councillor Matic, is that you wanted a question, or was that Heath?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
In redesigning the bin store, there's cars going to be moved. My concern is the cemetery.
Councillor Matic, what's your question, please?
Right. Is this going to encourage more cars to be parked on the road rather than on site? Because it's a very bad junction there.
I pick this one up, Olivia.
Yeah.
The layout of the site, as shown in the report on page 69, provides car parking which is compliant with our parking standards SPD for the size and number of additional flats proposed, and the location of those spaces has been moved from the current location where vehicles are being parked, such that they are further from the doors to the existing bin stores, so that when the refuse vehicle comes to collect those bins on collection day, they can be more easily moved from the bin storage to the refuse vehicle. So the two spaces that are proposed in front of the building replace parking areas that were originally permitted in front of those bin stores. And with regard to the junction onto the main road is a long way from this part of the development site. This is at the far end of the cul-de-sac, as it were, with the access to Broad Lane at the other end of the overall development site.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Badibo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Olivia. Would any changes be made to the foundation of the building to add this additional floor? Yeah.
Not a planning consideration.
Not a planning consideration. Okay.
No, it's building regs. No.
Okay. Can we look at? You showed us a picture with the cars. There were some cars parked. Can you share that picture?
Yeah. Hang on. I'll scroll through until you tell me to stop. Hang on.
No.
Keep going. There you go.
Yeah, that's one. Yes. Yeah. If you zoom into that. Okay, so that's one. Just go down.
They're the ones that are being moved, Michael.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So no, I'm just saying these two cars here, the blue and the white one, they're parking on the yellow line. I take it.
That's right. They're not parking in allocated parking spaces.
Okay, so they're parking on the yellow line, and yet they have allocated parking spaces. Am I right?
Well, if they are the residents of the block of flats, there is parking allocated for the residents of the block of flats.
Okay, one last question. The previous planning application was approved based on some design and landscaping and all that kind of stuff, the condition and stuff like that. Am I right?
Yeah, that's right.
So we're now So this is going to change all those conditions pretty much on landscaping and stuff like that.
Well, yes, that's true. There, scroll to the top. The existing landscaping. There was a row of landscaping running along the front of the frontage to Largers Lane, and then another row behind that between Largers Lane and the parking bays. And that has been relocated along this side and here.
Can I don't know whether I can ask this question.
Right.
What I'm trying to gauge is, why was that design of landscaping important in the previous application and no longer important here? I think I can ask that question. Can
It's the fact was that we required soft landscaping, not specifically that plan, but that plan was submitted by the applicants and was considered acceptable. And now they're proposing to remove some and relocate some soft landscaping. However, my consideration is that sufficient remains that there is enough soft landscaping still on the site to be suitable in this case.
And lastly, if I may, Chair, I'm looking at Google Map here, Street View. How many, most of the houses that are new there are all 3 stories, am I right?
I can't remember. That sounds about right, but I can't,
Okay.
I don't know for sure.
No,
There's
sorry,
quite a mix
I've
around.
got-
There's quite a mix around there, Michael.
No, I've got Street View here, so I'm basically walking along Largers Lane, and I can see all buildings are 3 floors. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Brossard.
Thank you, Chairman. Just coming off mute. This really, I think, is a question for Andy. It's to do with the parking provision. If I understand it correctly, is there a requirement with these extra 4 flats, 2 2-bedroom and 2 1-bedrooms? Will that change the ratio in terms of the visitors' car parking spaces? Would it increase it by 1 when you look at the original number of car parking spaces provided? I'm just wondering whether it tips it over the balance from being sort of 3.9 to 4.2.
Give you a definitive answer, because obviously each application needs to consider its merits, but I did look at this early on in this application, and I think it didn't in this instance tip it one way or the other. It's also worthy of note that the applicant had submitted quite a lengthy parking survey report, which did show that overall in this area and in this development site, the existing development site, that the parking provision was less than our parking standards in general, and therefore what was proposed here is actually an improvement in ratios over that for the wider area in terms of parking provision for recent developments.
So this application, the additional 4 apartments, you take those 4 apartments, they are complying with our standards with those additional 4.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else have a question? Councillor Dabo, is that another question?
Yeah, sorry, I just want clarification with the parking thing. In total, with this 4 additional, are you saying it doesn't meet our parking reg? Is that what you're saying?
Planning application as proposed that we are here considering meets our parking standards SPD for parking.
No, sorry, that wasn't my question. My question was in total. Now there's currently there's how many flats currently?
8. There's 8.
Plus this additional 4. Put together,
that's 12.
Our parking standard.
Yeah, hold on. Can I just bring you back? I understand where you're coming from, councillor, but we can't reconsider a previous planning application. The planning application that was approved is approved. Whether it met our parking standards or not, it was approved. In fact, by this committee, it was a committee approval. So we can't go back and say, you know, if the 8 flats doesn't meet our parking standards because they're adding 4, we want them to whole thing to meet our parking standards. The additional 4 flats meet our parking standards, and that's all we consider here.
And improve the ratio of parking over the site as a whole.
Yeah.
Well, I would disagree with that, Chair. I think this is the application.
Well, no, that's a fact.
No, hold on, sir. Let me just finish. This is the application site, right? The application sites and the red zone, I'm always reminded, is the application site. And that is what we're considering. And the current building falls in the application. So, for example, if we had a 3-bedroom house, and we put in an extension to make it a 4-bedroom, what we would do is consider a 4-bedroom house requirement in terms of parking. Something different in this situation.
We would, except if the current 3-bedroom house was an old house that only had 1 parking space, and they added another bedroom, we couldn't ask for 3 bedrooms. We could only ask for 1 additional parking space. That's a fact. Am I right, Andy?
You are correct. You consider the uplift between the extant situation and what is required by the change. In this instance, that change is 4 additional apartments, and taking into account their size in terms of number of bedrooms, that requires 6 additional spaces. Those 6 additional spaces are shown on the plan and proposed, as are both additional residence cycle spaces and additional visitor cycle spaces. So actually going over and above in terms of cycle parking.
So can I lastly, that means they've managed to find 4, 6 additional parking spaces that they were not able to find in the previous application.
Well, they weren't required to find.
No, sorry, that was my question. Is that right?
As Olivia set out, I think in answer to a previous question, the landscaping at the end of the row has been amended and 2 spaces created. The curb lines have been amended at the top end of the row to create 2 spaces, and the parking, which there was 1 space in front of the bins, has been reconfigured and turned to create the 2 spaces in front of the property. The space that was previously in front of the bins was designated as a space for a service vehicle and not part of the allocated parking provision for the original permission.
Yes, officer, I understand the changes. What I'm saying is these changes will have been made in the previous application to provide the necessary parking spaces. Can I assume that? Is that
it's not material, Michael.
I know
it's not material.
Okay.
So no, if it's not material to this application, there's no point in asking the question, because it is not a material consideration on this application. This application, we're looking at 4 additional flats that require 6 additional parking spaces to meet with our requirements for the additional residents. We can't go back and reconsider a previous application.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I need to have another look, please, at the landscaping situation, because I think there's been quite a reduction.
So this is the approved scheme.
Yeah.
The row of landscaping to the end of the parking bays, and then 2 little hedge areas on that side. The row at the end has been removed, as have the 2 spaces to the front. Greenery has been relocated to the front, on this rear corner.
And how many extra spaces do we have? 6.
6.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. If you can take that off, thank you. Councillor Badebo, is your hand still up? Is that another question? Oh, you've got it down. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. Then I will move the officer's recommendation with an amendment that we ask for a building management plan to be submitted. And in addition, the condition that you suggested, Olivia, with regards to the bin store increase. Can I have a seconder for that, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that, Chairman, which is on page 76, the recommendation, and
Thank
supplementary pages 5 and 6.
Thank you. And so with the additional conditions that I've just mentioned. Does any member wish to speak? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I have the two concerns about the extra parking and the loss of green landscaping. I think the point about landscaping is to mitigate the fact that it's got lots and lots of parking around a place. And I believe that the removal of the landscaping is quite a significant retrograde step. This area is quite green near the cemetery and round the corner to the lane beyond, and I think it is a retrograde step to remove such a lot of the landscaping on this corner, and obviously we've got quite a lot of extra spaces. Whether it's enough or not is another matter, but they've actually reduced the landscaping that would mitigate, the fumes and so on for the local area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any other member wish to speak? Councillor Badeba.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit uneasy with this plan or this application. What I see before me is an opportunity, for example, to avoid giving us affordable homes, for example, in the first application or approval, because then you say, for example, you could come and say we are going to build 14 flats, 3 floors, but there's not enough for you to provide affordable housing. And then you come back later after a year or so, and then apply for 4 more on top of that. And then we will say, well, it's only 4 you're building technically, because we cannot take everything else that already been built into consideration. So in a way, you will end up as a developer with 20 flats without providing any affordable housing. I'm also a little bit uneasy with the fact that all of a sudden there's enough car parking spaces, 6 additional car parking spaces could be found. Regardless, because we're just going up in the flats. So there's no change in the application site in terms of size. What has happened is landscaping has been removed, and I'm looking at the landscaping that was removed. It's almost like it was pre-planned already, that this second application was going to be submitted. I know we cannot consider that. Also, I asked the question, would you have to change the foundation or do anything to put another floor? I'm guessing probably that is not the case. The foundation was already built for this additional floor in mind. All this is speculation, because I know we cannot consider that. But this is what is going on in my mind. And this is a way of trying to get around our planning policies. And we have to be mindful of this type of tricks, if indeed it's a trick. Because it's a very simple way of getting around pretty much everything that we lay down. If people can just come, so you can come for 1, 2 floors now, another floor, and you keep until you get your 7th floor, for example. And we have to consider everything just based on the plans. I feel uneasy I'm trying to think of a planning reason and I'm struggling, but I'll leave that to members to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Badego. Any other member wish to speak? Seconder wish to speak?
Well, only very briefly, Chairman, because I think an awful lot has already been said. This will become effectively a 4-storey building. As Olivia has mentioned, there are properties along there or blocks of flats that vary between 2 and 7 stories. So I believe that visually it can actually accommodate this additional floor. The other consideration is it's quite close to the town centre. So it may well be that people will not necessarily be using their cars every day. Hopefully they'll be able to cycle to the town centre to get the train or the bus. I think this is a laudable proposal. It will also provide for young people to move in what will be their first property, because there are 2 one-bedroom flats and 2 two-bedroom flats. I'm supportive of the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brassard. Okay, members, as we said, we've had a lot of conversation about parking, and as we heard, we only require for the additional properties to be complied with on parking and provided for, and the applicant has indeed done that. Councillor Badego mentioned about the affordable housing. Let's just look at this. This is 8 flats at the moment, and they are increasing it by 4. That is 12 flats. Even if they had come to us in the first place to ask for 12 flats, that does not trigger the affordable housing number of 14. So the affordable housing argument is null and void, because there is no requirement for affordable housing with 12 dwellings. So that's not a consideration on this one. And I agree with the Vice Chair insofar that there's a lot of work being done on this. There is a small loss of greenery. I agree with Councillor Brown on that. However, there is still quite a substantial amount of greenery and amenity land to this property. And I think it's quite a nice addition to this property, especially taking into consideration the 2 additional conditions that we've asked to be included. So I'd ask you to please support this application. Can we go to the vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Angel.
Sorry, Chair, sorry. Can I just correct something here? I think the last application was for 14 dwelling. Am I right? There's the 8 flats and townhouses, and 6 townhouses.
All right, okay, we'll just check that. Can the officer just correct me if I'm wrong?
It's true. The whole scheme, when it was devised, included the semi-detached dwellings, but the application site now, it consists of solely the access from Larders Lane and the block of flats. We can't consider the dwellings outside of that red line.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
Sorry, I understand that. I was just trying to.
Okay, Michael, we've clarified it. All right, thank you. I'll withdraw. All right, let's go back to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Angel.
For.
Councillor Dr. Barnard.
For.
Councillor Bandari.
For.
Councillor Birch.
For.
Councillor Brossard.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Dudley.
For.
Councillor Badebo.
Abstain.
Councillor Mrs. Hayes.
For.
Councillor Hayden.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Mattick.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mossam.
For.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Skinner.
For.
Councillor Virgo.
For.
That's
14 for, 1 against and 1 abstention, Chair.
Motion's carried. Thank you. We move on then to agenda item. Agenda item 9, which is street record Ullswater Bracknell. Thank you. And hand over to Lucy.
Thanks, Chair. Just share my screen with you. Let me know when you can see it.
Yep, can see it. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. So this is a regulation 3 application to convert grass amenity areas to provide 10 additional parking spaces in 4 locations in Ullswater. The reason the application has been reported to Planning Committee is because it's a scheme which the Director for Place Planning and Regeneration is responsible for promoting. Ullswater is located in Bracknell in the Great Hollands South Ward. The areas of land where the spaces are proposed are currently amenity land located near to and next to existing parking spaces. So I'll just run through this so you can see. So these are the 4 separate areas in Ullswater. So this is area 1. You can see there's 3 spaces proposed. These will be along this section of amenity land here. Area 2, you can see 2 spaces proposed. These will be on this bit of amenity land here. Area 3, 2 proposed there. They will be along this bit here. Area 4, 3 spaces proposed, and they will be on this section here. So the proposal would not result in any adverse impact to the character and appearance of the surrounding area. The Highway Authority have no objection to the proposal. The landscaping officer has no objection, subject to a landscaping condition requiring a landscaping scheme to be submitted, which has been appended to the application. As such, it's recommended that application is approved subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Members, do you have any questions? There are no questions. I will move the officer's recommendation. If I have a seconder, please. Sorry, on what page is it, Mike?
Oh, sorry, yes, Chairman. In fact, it's hold on, page 83 with the supplementary on page 6.
Thank you. And are you happy to second?
Yes.
I am, Chairman.
Right,
if someone else.
All right, okay. Who wanted to second that?
Michael Badebo, sir.
All right, we'll put you down as a second then, Michael.
Thank you.
I agree.
All right. Anybody wish to speak? Councillor Hayden, you wish to speak?
Thanks, Chair. No, it's just coincidentally, in the recent elections, quite a few of us spent quite a lot of time on Ullswater because there are a lot of properties. And I imagine that this application will be so welcomed by the residents. I can quite well understand Michael Badebo's support for it, and I support it as well.
Thank you. Any other member wish to speak? Seconder, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I just want to follow on from Councillor Hayden's comments, really. I think this is will be very well welcomed by residents. So I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Got no other person wishes to speak, so let's go to the vote, please.
Thank you. Councillor Angel.
For.
Councillor Dr. Barnard.
For.
Councillor Bandari.
For.
Councillor Birch.
For.
Councillor Brossard.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Dudley.
For.
Councillor Badebo.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Hayes.
For.
Councillor Hayden.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Mattock.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mossam.
For.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Skinner.
For.
And Councillor Virgo.
For.
That's all in favour, Chair.
Thank you. Motion's carried. Thank you. Move on then to the last item on tonight's agenda, which is agenda item 10, 7 Flint Grove, installation of detached prefabricated garden building. So that's yours, Olivia.
Right. Okay, so here we go. This is an application at 7 Flint Grove for the erection of a detached garden building for a mixed use, both as ancillary to the residential property and for the use of phonics classes for preschool aged children. The classes will be run Monday to Friday, excluding bank holidays, between 9:30 a.m. and 12:45 p.m. Up to 2 classes a day will be run, each 45 minutes long, with up to 6 children per class. Just share a plan. So here we have the elevation drawings of the property. It would have a maximum height of 3.375 meters, a maximum eaves height of 2.16 meters, a width of 5.5 meters, and a depth of 4 meters. I'll show you the location in respect of the application site. The building is located to the rear behind the existing garage, and 4 parking driveway spaces are proposed to the front, and then an additional parking space can be provided to the rear. Cycle storage plan has been provided. However, a condition requiring further details of cycle storage have been attached to the recommendation, as it's considered that an improved cycle storage facilities should be provided. In terms of the application site, I will first look at photographs. So here we have views. The building is already in location, although I don't believe the phonics classes are being run at the moment. So here we have the dark blue building showing the proposed building that has been erected. And here it is again. These are views from 8 Flint Grove. These are views in the garden of 8 Flint Grove, which show the relationship to the application site. The application site is located to the rear garden here, showing the proximity to the garden. Now, here are some photos provided by the applicant. They're a visual parking survey illustrating the level of parking demand in a couple of days, just to support their application. So here we have 2:30 p.m. on Thursday. Here is the view, and again down here. And then we have some views here, Friday in the morning, Friday mid-morning, Friday early afternoon. These are all taken during the hours that the building would be operational. And again here, Monday, views from on Monday, midday on Monday, and then early afternoon on Monday. Tuesday, again in the morning and afternoon. And then here, early afternoon. And then Tuesday afternoon. And here's some more photos of the parking on Wednesday morning. And that's the end of their survey. So to recap on the scheme, I'll go back to the site plan. The building is located to the rear of the existing dwelling and garage, and it is a single-story building. It's not considered to have a significant impact in its physical self, given its size and its location. In terms of amenity, the hours of operation proposed are not considered to be unneighbourly hours in and of themselves. A noise assessment has been submitted with this application, which has been reviewed by our environmental health officer. They're satisfied that the level of noise provided, should the classes remain inside the building, would not have a significant detrimental impact to the living conditions of the neighbouring properties within their properties or enjoying their rear garden areas. Therefore, recommended that a condition is imposed ensuring that the classes remain inside the building. Members should note, however, that if there are noise nuisances, this can still be dealt with under environmental health legislation. In terms of the highway provision, the application site has 4 bedrooms. As such, it requires 3 parking spaces. The proposed building meets our educational parking standards for preschools. This requires 1 parking space per member of staff and 1 parking space per 4 students. So 6 students are proposed. As such, we require 3 parking spaces, 1 for member of staff and 2 for children. As you can see in the parking plan, 5 spaces are proposed. As such, there is a lack. They're under providing by 1 parking space. However, in mitigation circumstances to this, the member of staff is a resident of 7 Flint Grove. As such, their parking has already been provided on site. Further to this, the hours of operation are outside the high-level demand for the area, as demonstrated by the photo parking survey provided by the applicant. In addition, the parking survey, as well as officer visits, have determined that there is provision within the surrounding area for one additional parking space to be provided without a significant impact on highway safety. As such, in this case, it's not considered that the proposal would have a significant impact on highway safety for the surrounding area, and therefore approval is recommended. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Olivia. I've got a few questions, actually. This is for preschool phonics classes. Preschool would be from ages 1, I suppose, because you don't teach phonics to children that can't talk anyway, up until 5 years old. So a normal school or normal educational parking provision would assume that the parent or the carer would drop off the child and leave. And also there would be a provision for some of the students or some of the parents to go by bus or walk. Bearing in mind that these are preschool children, I don't think walking or cycling is relevant. Has that been taken into consideration when looking at the parking provision?
I'll pick that one up, if that's okay, Olivia. Chair, the parking standards which Olivia quoted, which are the closest we have to the age group under consideration, are those for nursery, playgroup or creche within our parking standards SPD. So as with this site, the age groups under consideration are similar. Our education provision for older children is a lesser requirement than has been quoted in this instance. For example, for schools, 1 space per teaching staff member and 1 space per 15 pupils, or 1 space per 30 pupils. So in this instance, we have used the closest parking standard that we have within our parking standards SPD for the age of children and similar use, which is 1 space per staff member and 1 space per 4 children, which, given that 6 children per session are proposed, is effectively 2.5, so therefore rounded up to 3 spaces.
Thank you. Another question from me is as these are phonics classes, and I've done a little bit of research online about phonics classes, my understanding is the classes are joint classes for parents and the child. And therefore, one would assume that it's not just a drop-off, but it would be go to the phonics class with the child and stay. Is that been taken into consideration when we look at the parking standards?
I haven't seen any evidence one way or the other as to whether this intended for this application, whether the parents stay or do not. I have children of my own who've been through phonics classes, and in some instances the parent stays and in some instances they don't. But the site is located where it would be possible to walk and cycle from the neighbouring residential areas, and also there are various cycle paths to the north which allow people in that way, and there is a bus stop at the end of Flint Grove. So in that respect, the site is reasonably well connected for sustainable travel modes and does meet the parking standards, which are as close as we can: nursery, playgroup or creche. A playgroup, for example, might not be a dissimilar length of time for a session as to the phonics classes proposed in this instance.
Thank you, Andy. Further question from me. I note that the photographs of the parking, the on-street parking, were all around the same week, which was all during half term. Do you not think that would have had an effect on the amount of traffic that would have been parking at the time?
If anything, it would have the opposite effect, the one you'd expect. Whilst you might get some parent parking during school terms, those would be typically around pick-up and drop-off times, which is not when the classes are proposed. In the case of half term, typically residents will take time off the work and they are at home with their children rather than commuting. So you might actually find more vehicles parked on street than you would in a non-half term week.
Or they may be away.
Nevertheless, I have been out on site on more than one occasion, and those photos that the applicant has submitted are similar to the conditions I have observed when I've been out there on a number of occasions in the past. There is very little in the way of on-street parking occurring on Flint Grove at present.
Thank you. Now, we're often told about when giving usage permission that we have to bear in mind that if the current occupant should move away or retire or do whatever they want to do, the use of that building would still remain as permission. And so the fact that one of the residents is currently one of the members of staff is really immaterial as far as this is concerned. Is that right?
Yes, that's true. And if this is we have imposed a condition that requires all after one session, all people involved in that session leave the application site other than residents of Flint Grove, which should helpfully alleviate any issue should new people take on the site. However, if this was a concern, we could impose another condition saying that no members of staff other than residents of the application site can be present on site.
Okay. And one final question from me. Overall, this still falls below our parking standards for the educational needs and the residential needs. Is that right?
If you were to consider the two uses in isolation and not the fact that the resident works, yes, you would have a shortfall of one space against the parking standards, actually technically half a space, but obviously we have to round up to a whole number of parking spaces.
Thank you. Councillor Hayden. Councillor Hayden, do you have your hands up? Do you have a question?
I'd left my hand up from before.
Oh, right, sorry. Okay, Councillor Brossard.
Takes a moment to come off mute. Andy, I've got a couple of questions of you, and I'm actually quoting from Olivia's report, and it says, and this is to do with highways, they envisage a situation where half the parents will arrive by means other than a car. How can you actually quantify that, given that the children will be between 1 and 4 years old? Are you expecting that they'll come, I don't know, by bike or by walking? I just wondered how that paragraph could actually have been arrived at.
And that's obviously the applicant's aspiration, but obviously the site is located within very easy walking distance of quite a number of other residential streets and areas. So if the children were from the local area, quite easily they could come with their parents on foot. Equally, there's a bus stop on Holly Spring Lane, literally at the end of Flint Grove. And if Olivia could share the parking plan, albeit those cycle parking spaces are not in a location where I think they are best placed, you will see they are annotated in such a way as to allow for a tag-along bike or similar, such that if a parent was cycling, that they could have a tag-along trailer or similar for the young person to sit in to arrive on the site that way.
Fine. Supplementary, if I can, Chairman. Andy, you mentioned about a creche, and I don't actually think it's comparable between a creche and dropping a child or staying with a child for 45 minutes. Normally with a creche, it would be either a morning, an afternoon, or an all day. So I don't actually think that we're actually comparing like with like. I just feel that this is a different situation of a child being there for 45 minutes with the parent or parents being present as well, as opposed to drawing a parallel with a creche. I just wondered if you might like to comment on that.
There's obviously a view to be taken here on the most applicable parking standard to the proposed land use. And in this instance, the most applicable land use class we have in the parking standards is a nursery, playgroup or creche. So the three are listed in there, including playgroup, which is 1 space per staff member and 1 space per 4 children. Obviously, if we were to look at the education standards, they are lesser provision. So it is possible that some parents would choose to stay with their children. Equally, the application site is providing spaces to cater for some of the children to do that. But the main crux here is that the evidence based on the photos submitted and also site visits by officers to Flint Grove is that even if some overspill parking onto Flint Grove on street were to occur at the times at which those phonics classes were occurring, it's very unlikely that that would result in an unacceptable impact on highway safety, and that they can be accommodated.
I'm found it.
Thank you. Councillor Angel.
Thank you, Chairman. Couple of questions. This is a residential property. Does this application, if it was approved, turn it into a commercial property? Presumably these parents are going to be paying for this.
The proposal is for a mixed use of the site. So the dwelling would remain a residential dwelling, and outside of the hours of operation, that's 9:30 a.m. to 2:45 p.m., the building would be in residential use ancillary to the main house. So the site itself would not turn into a commercial site. It would remain residential, albeit with a commercial element at certain times of the day.
But sorry, the schoolhouse is on the site. So, and it's therefore part of the site, surely. And the question was, does it become commercial? Because
the application site would have a partial commercial use, yes.
Thank you. And if I may, Chairman, another question. In the report, it says these are music classes. Is that right?
So it's a mixture. So they involve playing instruments and doing phonics exercises.
So, sorry, what sort of instruments are we talking about? This is in the back garden, in a posh shed. What sort of instruments are 4-year-olds going to be playing?
I'm afraid I don't have any details of the kinds of instruments.
Okay, Chairman, I'll get there.
Okay, well, that follows on. I'm sorry, Michael, I'll come to you in a moment. It comes on to another question, and we're lucky enough to I think we've got environmental health. Do we need a noise assessment on this one?
A noise assessment's been undertaken, reviewed by our environmental health officer, and who's satisfied that there wouldn't be a significant impact.
That includes the music use, does it?
All of the proposed uses have been set out in the noise assessment, which has been reviewed. Yeah.
Okay, how can a noise assessment be made if we don't know what instruments are being used?
All I can say is our environmental health officer has reviewed it and is satisfied of the proposal. Furthermore, should there be a noise nuisance issue, this can be legislated against by our environmental health officers. So if additional noise over and above what we would expect to happen does occur, that can be investigated and enforced against.
Councillor Badego.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Olivia. I just want to go back to what Councillor Angel actually just asked. This is very specific in 5.1. It actually states 2 purposes for this particular building. So the music and the phonics thing. Now the phonics and 5.3 only mentions the phonics classes for children 1 and 4, or 1 to 4. And it also actually states that 6 children with their parents. So the parents are going to be there. So there will be 6 cars, additional 6 cars. Yeah, in that premises or around it for 45 minutes at least, right? So just for clarification, is this one thing, because you've got 2 uses here, you've got F1 and C3. What are the differences between those?
So C3 is the residential use. So outside of the phonics classes, it would be C3, which is the residential use for the personal use of the residents. And then F1 is the educational community use. I think in terms of the music classes, I think this is my me writing potentially in the report it to be a bit more confusing than it is. It is an application for phonics classes, but the classes do involve some element of music, but they're not music classes. So that's my misinterpretation within the report.
Okay, can I also ask, is there, okay, I know this is, if the hours were to be extended, so right now we have 6. How do we, first of all, monitor the hours and also monitor the number of children?
So we have suggested conditions which restrict the number of children in hours. If they go outside of these hours, this would be a matter for our planning enforcement team to investigate. However, they would potentially, neighbouring properties would keep a record, or they would go out and investigate at different times of day.
Okay, last question, if I may. Is there any precedent somewhere? Is there anything around that area that has this type of sort of building a school behind a house? Or in the garden of a house, this is a proper school. I'm assuming there will be health and safety and all the normal regulations to do.
There are a lot of nurseries that I mean, we on this planning committee have considered nurseries that were previously houses, and that's not unusual.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I'm thinking of this in terms of childminding, but it doesn't match because all the parents will have to be there. And I am worried about the number of cars that are possible on here, because if we change it so the principal person doesn't live there, then all the parents arrive in cars, which is most likely. We have, is it 5 possible cars on the road? And it's and they're very narrow frontages because they are the houses are all standing round a circle. I mean, the back garden's widen out, and I know you could have 6 children in a garden playing, which wouldn't do anything about. I mean,
what's your question, Tricia?
Is it possible to consider the fact that it's likely we'll have 5 cars on that road every 45 minutes and all the changeover, and can that be put as a condition? Or the other thing is, can we make a temporary condition for this so that they have to reapply because things might distinctly change for the business or whatever it is?
I'll pick up the first half of Councillor Brown's question. So if we were to take the situation which doesn't take into account Olivia's suggested condition in terms of ensuring that the members of staff have to live on site, which is obviously the worst case scenario, and we also take the worst case scenario that nobody arrives on the site by any other means than a car. We have 3 residential spaces on the site, and then we have 2 spaces for the proposed use. So that's 2 of the
so 4
students. So the overspill would effectively be 4. Flint Grove is public highway, and as such, there's no condition that can prevent you from parking your car on a public highway on a street. So in that respect, I don't think there's any restriction we could put in place in terms of a planning condition that could prevent that occurrence. Albeit, I think it is
it's very cramped.
A reasonably unlikely prospect. I do partially disagree. Whilst where the actual access to the property itself is tight with some of the neighbours, there is space in between, as was shown on some of Olivia's photos, for vehicles to park, and they clearly do park there. But there's also space further around Flint Grove where on the occasions I've been out there, I haven't observed vehicles to be parked. I maintain the position that I don't think we could say it would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety.
And I point out the pictures with the white car parking there. It's parked on the pavement.
It's obviously a matter for police enforcement. And at the moment, I don't believe on pavement parking is currently illegal, albeit the central government is currently looking at legislating.
Okay, thank you. What about the possibility of a temporary permission, so that if anything changes, they have to reassess and reapply somehow?
It's not been applied. That's not what we've got to consider. We can't say we give temporary permission when full permission has been applied for.
No.
So we have to approve or refuse full permission, and not suggest temporary permission.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Badibay.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the parking, 9.13, 5 off-street parking will be provided, 3 for the occupants of the house because of the size.
Not off-street, Michael, on site.
No, it says off-street. It says 5 off-street parking spaces can be provided within the application site.
Oh, right, sorry, yeah.
9.13. It says that, and 3 of these spaces are required by the occupants of the existing dwelling. That means there's only 2 parking spaces for 6 visitors on site. Am I right? Yes. So we're missing 4 parking spaces.
No, according to our policy, according to our standards, it's missing 1. There are 3 parking spaces for the household, and according to our policy, it's 3 parking spaces, 1 for a member of staff and 2 for parents or drop off or whatever. And so therefore it has a shortfall of 1.
Well, sorry, Chair, I disagree with that. This application clearly states that there will be 6 parents at any one time, and the likelihood, especially when you have a young toddler, 1 to 4, you're not.
Michael, I don't disagree with you. I think you're right. I'm just quoting what our policy says.
So I'm trying. Okay, so what does our policy say about? I'm assuming what I heard from Andy is that there's nothing in our policy that covers something like this. Am I right, or am I?
It would be very difficult to have a policy that provided an exact parking centre for every possible use of a building. What we use is the closest parking standard to what is applied for. And in this case, that is the parking standard for nursery, play group or creche, which is a similar age group of children and under our non-residential institutions category, formerly D1, now F class, which includes education uses, etc.
Okay, can I just, can I just ask the question then? Actually, I think this application is actually closer to having 6 employees on site. Why do I say that? Because these are 6 parents, they're not dropping off the kids.
What's your question, Michael?
So the question is this closer to having 6 employees working on a site for 45 minutes?
I don't think we could realistically count the parents as employees, particularly as the parking standards is very specifically worded as staff, 1 space per staff member, and parents stroke visitors, 1 space per 4 children. They are quite clearly parents in this instance. They're not paid to be there. In fact, probably the opposite. They're paying for the privilege.
No, sorry, it's I know what I'm just, it's not that I was just, don't worry, I'll just.
No, I understand what you're getting at.
Yeah, one last question for me on the.
It was 2 ago was the last question.
Sorry, Jess, thank you for your patience. I'm just so engaged tonight, sorry. We have this, it says for the classes, everything has to be exclusively within the buildings, i.e. the classes themselves have to be within the building. Does this mean that during the summer, for example, nothing can happen in the garden with the kids outside the building?
Yes.
That's right, yep.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Angel.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just clear up the first part of the officer report under the summary on 1.1, it states full planning permission is sought for the erection of a detached building for mixed use as ancillary residential outbuilding. The building is there. Is this retrospective? I mean,
it's part
Can you
retrospective.
just clear this up?
It's part retrospective. The building's there, but it's in use for the residential use only at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael, is that an old hand, or have you got another last question? Thank you. Okay, well, it falls to me to move the
Can I
officers.
can I ask a question, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do beg your pardon,
That's right.
Councillor
I think
Mattic.
Olivia's already answered it, because I'm getting concerned about it's actually operating already. Am I wrong?
Well, if it is, it's not something that we have to consider.
No,
If it's fully or part retrospective, that's not a consideration, unfortunately. Okay, it falls to me to move the officer's recommendation, which is on page.
Which is on page 90, Chairman, with the supplementary page 6.
Thank you very much. If I have a seconder. Okay, I don't have a seconder.
Wait, if no one else will, I'll second it. That's Councillor Parker.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Parker.
I was just coming in.
All right, okay. Members, what we have to do is consider it as we see it in front of us. This is for a phonics class that has been deemed to be the same as a nursery. So we have to decide whether or not there is sufficient parking provision and whether or not there would be a low amount of detriment of noise to the neighbouring properties. Seconder wish to speak?
If that's still me, Chairman, yeah, just very
Yeah,
quickly.
it is, yeah.
Just very quickly. Thank you to Olivia and Andy for answering all those questions. I'm going to vote for this, and I think it's the right thing to do because, we've been told by our officers and the people who know what they're talking about in these areas that there is sufficient parking for what they think the use will be. I don't think it's up to us to speculate how many parents are going to stay at what time. If the street, we've been told from the studies that have been done and our highways officer that there's sufficient parking, then I think we should support that professional opinion. So I'm going to back this one.
Sorry, I lost sound there for a moment. Sorry, I lost sound there for a moment. Okay, does any other member wish to speak? Councillor Brown.
Sorry, yeah. I'm concerned about the permanence of this use of the building and the comings and goings, which will be many if they're having 2 lots a day per morning, as it were. No, it's longer than morning, sorry. I do think it's inappropriate in this situation. And there are plenty of community centres and things about that could accommodate this sort of activity, and it would be much more appropriate. I mean, it's lovely to have that building for children to go to, but I don't think it's appropriate in this area to have that sort of business.
Thank you. Councillor Angel.
Thank you, Chairman. You won't be surprised that I'm very much against this. Flint Grove is a very small cul-de-sac, 12 houses. And I think it's perhaps one of the occasions, if we'd had a site visit, we may well have taken a different view to some of the images that are being projected. What we haven't seen at the moment is that I estimate there's a tremendous amount of traffic movement that this could generate in a week. something like in the region of 140. If you took that there were actually 7 people coming in cars, and believe you me, if you knew this area, they are not going to be walking, and they are certainly not going to be cycling with a 4-year-old up Holly Spring Lane or from anywhere. These people are coming by cars, and there is insufficient parking. They will have to park the road. And this will be twice a day for the residents, 5 days a week. That's, to me, cannot be right in a residential area as small as this. There are many other aspects to this. I mean, points being made about one of the residents will actually be, as it were, the teacher. Well, in fact, of course, that could change anytime. So that's where you got the 6 cars, where I'm just working it through, and 1 staff member, that's 7. The household itself has got a number of vehicles. If you went there at weekends or after hours working. So I think the whole parking situation and the traffic movements that are going to be generated in a very small cul-de-sac like this is just not unacceptable. It's just not right for us to approve. So I would ask members, please reject the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Badigan.
Thank you, Chair. This is going to have 6 cars from 6 parents, and they're going to stay with their child for 45 minutes. There's not enough parking for that. This is also going to have 3 cars from people already in the house. This cul-de-sac is very small, and I live in a cul-de-sac very similar actually to this. And I can just see what is going to happen. We talk about traffic movement. We forget also that when the parents gather around in the morning, they're there maybe 5-10 minutes before the class starts. They will have a good natter outside and then all move in. I also look at the drawing for the parking. I think one of the things that the stacking of the parking doesn't make sense. It's very difficult for parents to do this. And also I think the parking, I don't think there's enough space for, remember these are for children, so 1 to 4. There'll be a lot of things coming out of the car. This is why when you go shopping, you have a space for people with children, right? Similar to what we have for disabled, so that because they need an extra space to open the doors. The chances are also cars coming in will be big cars for this type of class on offer. I don't believe the cycle thing on the site. I think that's just a tick box exercise. It doesn't actually do anything. Nobody's coming here by bike, let's face it. We have to be mindful of the residents. This, when they bought their property, they expect this to be a residential area. If this planning application was coming to come and build an office at the back of a whole new business at the back of a garden with 6 staff that are going to be there, even for 30 minutes, and clients also coming, I don't think we will even consider this. It will never get to this stage of the planning process. I will ask members to just think about the residents, think about how this would affect them, think about the cars coming and going twice a day, and think about if you put yourself in that position, would you like something like this going on in somewhere maybe you've lived for 10, 20 years, and all of a sudden there's now a commercial operation, a busy commercial operation just next door to you? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barnard.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I fully like to support the comments that Councillor Angel made earlier. I too know this cul-de-sac in this area. I think the traffic issues are very, very significant, and I think it will make this whole thing completely unsustainable. I'm not against Councillor Parker, enterprise and people doing this and offering what is a very, very valuable educational service. But for me, it has to be the right location that's both sustainable and deliverable. And I'm afraid because of the highways and related issues, from my perspective, this fails. So I urge colleagues from across the planning committee to reject this application. Thank you.
Very much. Any other members to speak? Okay, then I'll sum up.
I was just typing a message to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
That's all right.
Councillor
No,
Smatic.
I take on board very much about what has been said about the car parking. I live opposite a primary school with a nursery, and believe me, hardly anybody cycles there. They all go by car, even though they live close. I'm sorry, that's it. I do know Flint Grove, and I've been there many times, and the parking can be awful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, just make sure I've got everybody. Good. Okay, so we've heard an awful lot about car parking. We already know that this this application is substandard anyway, even taking into consideration the car parking standards that the officer has, quite rightly used, because it's the only standards that we have. So, I'm not blaming the officers on this one, but I do believe there are places for this type of operation, and I'm actually not convinced that this is it. I'm also concerned personally with regards to the use of instruments for phonics classes as well, and the noise that might generate. We don't know what instruments are being used. We don't know if they're going to be trombones, trumpets, or triangles. And it took me a long time to think of 3 T's on instruments. I think that this is one where I believe, although our policy looks like it agrees with this application, I think this is why planning applications do come to committee for members to be able to give their residents' views. However, we will put it to the vote and see how members think. We take the vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Angel.
Against.
Councillor Dr. Barnard.
Against.
Councillor Bandari.
Against.
Councillor Birch.
Against.
Councillor Brossard.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Dudley.
Against.
Councillor Badibu.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Hayden.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Mattick.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Mossam.
Against.
Councillor Parker.
For.
Councillor Skinner.
Against.
Councillor Virgo.
Against.
That's 15 against and 1 in favour, Chair.
So the motion falls. Thank you. That brings us along. That brings us to the end of this agenda. If I could ask planning committee members just to stay on the line once we've closed the meeting. I thank you all for your attendance. I thank for the speakers for their attendance. And I now declare this meeting closed. If you could stop the recording, please.